asleep, but the gift don't seem to mind. Rising this occasion, halfway up your back, sliding down your body, touching your behind. You look so self-possessed, I won't disturb your rest. It's lovely when you're sleeping, but wide awake is best. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love. You come awake in a horny morning mood, and we have a proper wriggle in the naughty naked nude. Roll against my body, get me where you want me. What happens next is private, it's also very rude. I go and get the post and make some tea and toast. You have another sleep, love. It's me that needs it most. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love.
Hey darling, don't you ever come around here. Don't wanna see your face, you better disappear. The fire is in their eyes and the words are really clear. So beat it, just beat it. You better run, you better do what you can. Don't wanna see no blood, don't be a macho man. You wanna be tough, better do what you can. So beat it. Bet you wanna be bad, just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, just beat it, beat it, just beat it. They're out to get you, better leave while you can. Don't wanna be a boy, you wanna be a man. You wanna stay alive, better do what you can. So beat it, just beat it. You have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life, there ain't no truth or dare. Just beat it. Just beat it. You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are altogether mine, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's all ending, I gotta stop pretending who we are, who we are. You and me, I can see you sighing. I will. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak.
Some boys kiss me, some boys hug me. I think they're okay. If they don't give me proper credit, I just walk away. They can beg and they can plead, but see the light. 'Cause the boy with a cold hard cash is always Mr. Right. 'Cause we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. You know that we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. A material girl. Some boys romance, some boys slow dance. That's alright with me. If they can't rise my interest, then I have to let them be. Well, some boys try and some boys lie, but I don't let them play. The only boys who save their pennies make my rainy day. 'Cause we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. You know that we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. A material girl. Boys may come and boys may go, and that's alright, you see. Experience has made me rich, and now they're after me. 'Cause everybody's living in a material world, and I am a material girl. You know that we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. A material girl.
Ding dong dong, ding dong dong, ding dong 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 day, ding dong dong day, ding dong dong dong. We all came out of Montreal on the Lake Geneva shoreline to make records with mobile. We didn't have much time. Frank Zappa and the Mothers were all the best plays around. Some stupid with a flare gun burned the place to the ground. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see the fresh faces on day 2. Thank you so much for being here with us. Hope you enjoyed first day of South Summit yesterday. It was jam-packed. Hope you actually made it through the door at a reasonable time. I think everything was running a little bit late because we always have this rush on the first morning, so much excitement. Thank you for being here, the early birds this morning. We start a little bit later every year because it's hard to get people back. There's so much networking going on as well in the evenings, but we appreciate you guys being here because we have a super exciting program on Playground here this morning, exploring some of the most interesting advanced technologies in the startup space right now. We're looking at cybersecurity, we're looking at artificial intelligence, IoT, big data, and everything surrounding that, and the opportunities for investors, for entrepreneurs, and of course, for corporations to partner with these technologies and these types of innovative companies. So first up this morning, we're going to have a look at cybersecurity, fascinating space. We have one of the biggest local success stories out of Spain is actually a cybersecurity company called Alien Vault that sold last year to AT&T, being the biggest biggest tech exit out of the Spanish ecosystem to date. So we do have some local experience on this, but we've pulled in a bunch of local experts and international experts to talk about what's happening on the cybersecurity landscape this morning. So it's with my great pleasure to introduce, please, to the stage, Shaul Ayal from Oppenheimer & Co., Gur Talpaz from Stifel, Daniel Arparciazo from Ferrovial, Fernando Romero from Prosegur, and Ultimo Fernandez from Cisco. Guys, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Okay.
Awesome.
Alrighty, that's not awkward.
Good morning, everybody. I will tell you that we're a group of interactive, friendly people. So when we're trying, we will be trying to keep this session as interactive, exciting, controversial if needed. So we don't have too much time. We have really 4 esteemed speakers here going to contribute to this session. So without further ado, I'll ask each of them just to quickly introduce themselves, and we'll go right into some of the topics. Gur, go
Sure.
ahead.
Hi, I'm Gur Talpaz. I'm a senior equity analyst over at Stifel. I cover the entire cybersecurity sector. Spent all my days with VCs, public equity investors, companies both private and public, anything from early stage seed startup all the way to public post-IPO. I sort of see myself as kind of very narrowly focused on cyber, but very, very deep in cyber. Very similar to what Shaul does. Please.
Hello, thanks for being here. My name is Daniel Aparicio. I'm a Ferrovial cybersecurity architecture and operations manager. I have been a lot of years involved in SOC service and security service related with operation, hardware, and cybersecurity like red team, testing, and all that kind of services.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fernando Romero. I spent more than half of my life working in cyber. Nowadays, even I started from the scratch with that crazy guys that work with firewalls and routers and so kind of things. Nowadays, I head up managed security system and professional services in Cypher, a Prosegur company here in Spain.
Okay, so I'm Eutimio Fernandez. So I'm going to say that half of my life is 23 years spent in security. I don't want to say that I am too old already. But yeah, so it's 23 years, and I've been working for several vendors, as ISS, Sourcefire, and others. And now I am the cybersecurity lead for Spain at Cisco. Okay.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. Gur, let me start maybe with a little bit of an overview of what's happening within the capital markets arena. 2019, undoubtedly a year, excuse me, of intensive capital market activities, IPO, M&As, even some debt offering. In your view, what has been driving that? How do you see the pipeline as we start thinking about even 2020?
Yeah, I think it's been a banner year for cybersecurity this year in the public markets and the broader markets. When you look at it, I've done 4 IPOs this year already in cyber, and I think the biggest one is yet to come in Q4 of this year, $1 billion IPO of a company you'll be very familiar with once you see it. So I think when you sort of look at the space right now versus where it was even 2 or 3 years ago, clearly there's been a lot of evolution. I think what's interesting when you sort of look at the companies that are coming public right now in the space, it's pretty fascinating, right? They're typically in 2 categories. One are companies that replace legacy aging systems. So CrowdStrike, for example, right? Next generation endpoint, replacing legacy systems like Symantec and Trend Micro in a lot of ways, and growing very rapidly at over 100% year on year with heavy, heavy appetite. You also see guys attacking new threat vectors, folks like Tufin, for example, or Cloudflare, attacking new elements of the space. When we think about the future of the capital markets and cybersecurity, we're very positive, we're very bullish for a few simple reasons. One, we think the threat plane, the attack surface area that hackers have, continues to expand, and the techniques continue to evolve within the space. We think that's one. 2, we still think there's a large ecosystem out there of companies that are deploying largely legacy dated software. So for example, in the SIEM market, SIEM, you've still got a lot of ArcSight deployments out there. You've still got a lot of QRadar deployments out there. There's a big opportunity for startups, for new companies to come in and ultimately displace vendors with more sophisticated, better offerings. So in terms of my outlook on the space, I maintain a very, very bullish outlook on the opportunity. And this year, I think, has been validation of that in a lot of ways. But Shaul also has a great perspective as well. I know he's moderating, but I think he can share a lot of value as well. So I'd ask the same question to you.
Absolutely. Probably I'll take the second part of this
Sure.
question. As we start thinking about the outlook for 2020, we think that probably given a low interest rate environment and an economic environment pretty much still lending hand to ongoing spending on technology, security specifically, as we start thinking about, let's say, the pipeline building into the first half of 2020, even second half of 2020, we think that probably Gur has been talking about 4 IPOs so far and another 5th one, which is coming by year-end. All things equal, as we start thinking about 2020, that pace is not likely to moderate anytime soon. Eutimio, we're about to close a decade which has seen great technological shift, the entire shift to cloud infrastructures, which appears to be absolutely irreversible on the one hand. On the other hand, there's clearly needs for some new security requirements. In your view, Cisco, do you view Cisco as ready, has been ready to embark on this new infrastructure, hybrid type of infrastructure on the one hand, and do you think maybe there's some room for non-organic growth to facilitate going forward?
Yeah, yes, of course. So, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yep.
So, yeah, so it's, in this case, it's been a big investment. So, it's a must to be in the cloud. Now all the security is moving to the cloud, so for obvious things. So, the multi-cloud environments it's a must to run, it's a must to protect today. And yeah, Cisco is doing a big investment from the basement. So the new network infrastructure, it's thinking about visibility and security from the definition and from the manufacturing. So from scratch, it's security there. And we've invested in the last 6 years more than $6,000 million in acquisitions. Okay, when you say it about non-organic growth. So it's a lot. It's more than 13 security companies that now we are integrating and we are building our big platform, okay? In the cloud, because it's a must to be in the cloud, so we are investing also a lot in a cloud security platform. It's named Umbrella, where we are giving from there all the security services that a big company may need, okay? So it's a big investment there. In terms of R&D, so what we are investing in investigation, development, and so on, we invest the 12% of our revenue in R&D. So at the end, this is, to put some numbers, it's more than our next 5 competitors together are investing in security up to date. So we are running fast. We are doing a big investment in multi-cloud environments and new acquisitions.
Super. Daniel, you want to also add anything about migration to cloud?
Well, I think it's also important. The big vendors, the big famous ones, are always in the scene. But it was also important this year. Some alliance between some of big vendors, big classical vendors, trying to complete and round all the portfolio. No? So I suppose that also in the following years, these alliances will continue. Will continue in the market, and Cisco is one of the best.
It's a big trend. So in our last security report, it was an interview to CISOs in all EMEA, in all Europe. So some companies used to have up to 50 different solutions from 50 different vendors. This is unmanageable. So we go more and more to a consolidation of security. So it's a market that it's now in consolidation, and it's the trend. These merge, acquisitions, and so on. Because for a customer, it's unmanageable. It's very, very difficult, very complicated to manage this complexity. So consolidation is a fact. Yeah.
Fernando, Prosegur has been shifting more into the cybersecurity arena from a slightly more traditional front through the acquisition of Cypher. Talk to us a little bit about this migration and I think how that new proactive approach is impacting your view on the one hand, customers' view on the other hand. When we think about the incident response teams the Prosegur is deploying, talk to us, about some of the breaches that they are encountering and how they're treating them.
Okay. Nobody asked me something like this. I was joking, okay. Well, we are talking about security. Yes, the clients are concerned about the assets. They want to protect the assets. So nowadays it's very difficult to find the boundary between the physical side and the logical or cyber side. So at the end, there is an asset, and this depends on the ecosystem where you are located. So in that case, when you're going to protect that asset, you say, okay, for example, I put an example. With that car ID, you pass through a control access. This is a mechanical stuff, and suddenly that process is converted in zeros and ones. So pass through the physical terminology to a logical or cyber terminology. So I think it's Prosegur or via Cypher is providing 316 degrees approach to the cybersecurity, or security, sorry. And how we're going to manage the incidents? The mix is perfect because when something happens, you have the way to approach the incidents through a way of the cyber, and the physical side. So for our customers, even it's more easy to manage that kind of situation. And for me, we have a good road and a huge a way to spend that kind of services to our clients, because they say, I only want one partner. I only want one partner to manage that kind of situation. So this could be useful for our clients to provide that kind of services.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you for that. Daniel, congratulations. Recently joining Ferrovial as the leader of cybersecurity operations and architecture, or in other words, every time sometimes goes wrong, he's the guy to blame from an enterprise perspective. But in all seriousness, maybe talk to us a little bit about the shifting priorities in terms of spending. Where do you see more going within probably the cybersecurity arena as a whole from a category perspective? When we look at cyber arena, we have firewalls, we have SIEM that Gur mentioned before, we have endpoint, we have messaging, email. What do you guys prioritize your spending right now?
Well, for the first point, I didn't realize when I joined Ferrovial, but I'm very happy to join that fantastic team, which is very well known and reputed here in Spain. And for the second point, well, at the end, I don't like too much to talk about security or cybersecurity. For me, it's only we have to talk about security, and there are several layers that you have to. But always, day by day, you have also to keep an eye in what we call talk about traditional operation related to what platforms in preventive and reactive way. Because if you don't have this baseline running perfect, you cannot, or there's nonsense that you are focusing in other levels. But in all this operation, you can involve all the part of real monitoring also with internal and external sources, all the ones also coming from internet, and all what is investigation, threat hunting, or red team practice. No? Relating to our concerns also, obviously, is a part of defining strategy, designing architectures, and designing related also because now all corporates are not thinking on one cloud. We all want to take advantage from multi-cloud options, all the clouds. We have several different environments like data centers still, and data centers will survive many years. We have headquarters, itinerant quarters, itinerant users, end customers. We have to provide secure connectivity between all this environment. So this is one of the main focus, how you design this, thinking also in provide facilities to to this service. And then, obviously, we want to take advantage of the option now to shifting from traditional hardware solutions to the SaaS service, no? Because of the advantage that this provides. And also our concern related, like you comment, there are all day by day problems that you have to solve related to the workstation, because we continue having a lot of security risks via mail, via the navigators and explorers and similar. No? And also, obviously, taking a lot of focus in unauthorized access control, and especially when you are talking about the privileged accounts. That's the focus day by day.
You know, this technology conference also touches on artificial intelligence, machine learning, automation, and as it relates to security, we have started to hear about trying to automate the entire security process at the SOX level, Security Operations Center. I want to ask, probably starting with you, Gor, on your thinking on those topics. How do you treat them? What's the outlook going forward? And then from the rest of the gentlemen here.
I'll try not to give you a super long question,
Yeah.
super long answer. But look, security is a data problem, right? If you look at a story like CrowdStrike, for example, they ingest 2 trillion unique events per week, 2 trillion unique events. And that's just one endpoint vendor with 4,000 customers, right? There's no way you could possibly, parse through that data with the human mind. You need machine learning, you need automation, because the sheer quantity of events that we see every single day is massive, right? So the ML, AI, which I kind of use interchangeably, i.e. math, that's not going away. The need for that in that arena is only going to grow. At the same time, you've also got massive growth, for example, in the threat vector itself. So there are 2 data problems. There's the event data that you ingest as a customer, and then there's the actual threat data itself. That's also growing at a very fast clip, and you actually have to automate that as well. Finally, you've also got what was talked about earlier, which is the issue of device fragmentation and solution fragmentation. So, we think about consolidation in a lot of ways. People have talked about it for 5 years. We haven't actually seen that much of it. We actually found a customer that has 250 unique security vendors, and he's hoping to go to 200 in 2 years. So from that perspective, it is tough to manage that. But what you're seeing really interesting growth, for example, is in the overlay layer, the solutions that come in on top of everything and help you automate and manage all your solutions. And that's also a data problem in a lot of ways, right? So we do have a problem where solutions don't talk to each other. Cisco doesn't really like Palo Alto. They don't want to work with each other. But for example, at JP Morgan, you've got both Cisco and Palo Alto firewalls. They have to interact. You can address that problem in a lot of ways, and that's solved, I think, through aggressive analytics. So when you think about data and you think about analytics and security, the need for it's only going to grow at an exponential rate, because you've got 3 different unique data problems. You've got the problem with data coming into the network, you've got the problem with threat data itself, and you've got the problem with data management, i.e. integrating disparate data sets and automating all of that. Hopefully that will suffice.
Oh, absolutely. Awesome. Daniel, AI, ML.
Well, before Timio comments something that at the end, one of the main goals is to reduce to the minimum the delay between when you are detecting something in one environment and automatic and immediate response for all the rest of the environments. No? And like what Timio said, now each corporate, each organization has its own architecture and a set of different technologies. So at the end, to get this response, it still is complex and requires a lot of personalization and development effort. So I think that it's a trend and it's a requirement that all vendors provide much more facilities for integrating between all of them through standards, APIs, and similar. And also the SOC service suppliers provide a layer for all these services for getting more facilities as customers.
Anything to add?
I totally agree with both of you. For my side, it's very important to have an efficient data, because the amount of data came from several places, at the beginning for the electronic devices, then firewalls. Nowadays, we are talking about security intelligence, came from network, social network, that web. There is amounts of data. is you need something that manages that kind of information. But of course, at the end, this is a tool that helps to reduce the time to respond, to take the right data, to clean that false positives, and help to the operators to provide the better services. But at the end, it's a human being beside of them that have to say, okay, this is the right thing. Of course, you need occultation, you need automation, you need a lot of things, but at the end, the human being is the more important thing in that case, in my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you. You
Yeah. So I only can agree with both of them. So and here we are the three actors. So big end users, managed services, and a vendor. The consolidation is a must for what all they said. So many events, it's difficult to manage, it's difficult to analyze so many events everywhere and to manage all of everywhere. But I think that there is only one thing missing in what we said here. So the problem is bigger because the lack of people with knowledge in understanding how to manage these events, how to get some information from all the data. So we are missing more than 6,000 people in now. Sorry. We are missing many thousands of people with this type of skills, and it's a big problem. So the more and more consolidation and managed services, it's a must in the companies nowadays. Okay.
Absolutely. We cannot talk about cybersecurity without mentioning the growth within the regulatory environment. Everybody here, I'm certain, have heard about GDPR in Europe, starting out of Europe, coming to the US. Right now, within the US, we have the CCPA. And it would appear that the regulatory environment just keeps accelerating. Guri, in your view, and I think in light of some of the recent breaches we had seen and the fine being imposed on some of those liable companies, British Airways, Marriott, how do you think about it from a cybersecurity perspective? How do you envision that driver going forward? Any moderation or not?
Well, it's not going to moderate, that's for sure. I think you've got to delineate, because when you think about spending in cybersecurity, there are typically two buckets. There's regulatory-driven spending, and then there's actual cybersecurity, what we call strategic investment in security. When you think about regulatory, if you look at some of the catalysts over the last 15 years, look at HIPAA and look at PCI DSS and what they did for the endpoint market and for the WAF market, because those are functional mandates. When we think about new regulation in a lot of ways, we think about the type of technologies that can benefit from basically becoming default technologies that every vendor has to deploy in a lot of ways. I think what's fascinating about GDPR right now is we actually are seeing real fines. There are real repercussions. If you look at Marriott, you look at British Airways, you're actually seeing fines imposed, which was a big question mark as of last year. So I think what you're going to start to see spending on, for example, with GDPR relative to where PCI or HIPAA was, for example, deeper visibility tools, things like governance, for example, the idea of knowing where your data is, making sure there's no data leakage, et cetera. I think that's going to be absolutely critical when we go forward. But I would encourage you to think about regulation a little bit separate and tangential in a lot of ways to cybersecurity, just because when you think about the spending buckets, it's not always the same buyer, it's not always the same thought process, it can be very, very different. But what's interesting about regulatory spending is that everybody has to deploy a solution, right? There's no, hey, I should deploy SM, I don't know if I should deploy SM. It's not discretionary in nature anymore, which can create a pretty interesting catalyst for a lot of unique markets that can benefit from, from that specific type of regulation.
Eutimio, anything? GDPR?
So, no, in our case, from Cisco, okay, so first of all, GDPR is a must to be compliant. If not so, we cannot sell in Europe, in this case. But we have some additional things on top, okay? So, as Cisco, we have data centers in dozens of data centers worldwide. We are present in 126 different countries. Okay, we are giving services, and we are giving services where the data is passing through our data centers. We have our also industrial property, and also we are developing devices. So it's a big mess to be compliant worldwide. Okay, so it's one of the things. So our CEO, Chuck Robbins, is asking for a global policy to move in a safe, in an ethical way, the information for the personal information from the people. Okay, so to be able to manage this and eliminate this complexity that we have now. So for us, what we are doing is that we are developing an internal policy in 7 different layers, okay, to be able with this policy to be compliant in worldwide, everywhere. So we are GDPR, we are compliant with all the cross-borders policies and regulations, and it's tough. So regulation is being a big thing everywhere, and more in multinational companies.
Gentlemen, anything to add on regulatory environment?
Well, all related to GDPR and private data management, I think one of the main keys for success is that it's not a problem related only to security or only to law department. It's something that you have to involve all the employees. You have to set a privacy data culture in the enterprise, because at the end it's never mind if data is from end customer, from internal users. At the end, every employee, when it's starting a new development, a new service or a new product, has to take in mind that it must evaluate the risk and that think how this private data management is the impact of this. No? So at the end, not only taking in mind what are the data they are managing directly, but also thinking end-to-end in the complete process, no? Also including all the data being managed by the supply chain and others. No? I think
I totally agree with you, because the main difference is at the beginning the problem was allocated in the IT department or the security management. So when the regulatory entities say, okay, the data is the data, and doesn't matter what we're going to do, the rules that you have to follow. So it's just not a matter of that entities or that departments add a new department like legal, like financial, but at the end, the board is the most responsibility part of that of managing that kind of situation. So for me, it's great, because the company have to keep in mind what's happening with that kind of information, the customer data and the internal data, of course.
Got it. We're running out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a million, guys. Fascinating conversation. I think you realize the scope of the problem in cybersecurity when you see people like Cisco spending $6 billion on acquisitions. I mean, think about what the market size is. That is one buyer buying $6 billion in acquisitions across cybersecurity. So it's certainly an exciting space. So thanks a million, folks, for your knowledge and experience and sharing with us here today their strategies and how they're thinking about it. It's quite unique in that it's one of the first sectors in the world where clients are kind of throwing money at the problem, which is also an interesting dynamic for founders and entrepreneurs in that space. So cybersecurity is definitely worth consideration, although a lot of expertise required as well. And what's also very unique about it is the rate of innovation and the pace of innovation in cybersecurity in particular is set by the cyber criminals. It's set by hackers. Usually in other industries, it's set by the customers or the corporates, mostly the entrepreneurs. That's why we're here, the creatives, the individuals that see an opportunity for value creation. And in cybersecurity, it's hackers with lots and lots and lots of money, making lots and lots of money, figuring out new ways to hack through systems. So fascinating discussion. Guys, our next speaker, I'm thrilled to introduce an expert in the area of artificial intelligence, particularly in the area of artificial intelligence in finance. Give me one sec. Guys, cybersecurity guys, we can hear you. Sorry, there's loads of networking going on backstage, so sorry about that. We can have some of the noise coming in. So our next speaker, sorry, Clara, as I was saying, is an expert in the area of artificial intelligence, particularly in the areas of finance, and she's here to speak to us today on a massive issue which needs a lot more discussion and depth surrounding it in the area of ethics in AI. So Clara, the floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Well, this morning, good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to talk to you about what AI means to business, and I'll reflect on two main things. One is my experience as a practitioner in financial services. This is what I did until 2014. And also, based on the research of my book, which is being printed as we speak, is going to be launched very soon, Decoding Artificial Intelligence in Financial Services. Here's what I found out. We will need to ensure that we deploy artificial intelligence, not only in financial services, in any industry, in a way in which is ethical. And today I'll show you why. And if we don't wake up now, it'll be very expensive, the price we're going to pay. And this is, again, reflection on my work. I work with board of directors in financial services. I work a lot in corporate governance. I also advise investment funds, VCs, private equity houses, which invest in this technology. Here's what I found out today. Today is in front of you. So 2014, I resigned from financial services. 2 months, 4 months almost, discussing and analyzing trust in financial services. And I found out just these 2 lines. Trust is built in the smallest of moments and is destroyed in seconds. How many of you agree that we need trust in anything we do? Everyone. And then I went on to research trust and technology, and I found out 3 main things. Data procurement and preparation is key. Algorithms design and deployment, another key point. And then self-regulations of organizations investing and deploying it. In financial services, it's very important to understand how we can move and build this trust in our industry with technology. And here's why it's so important. And we can do it. So we have financial services listed as a necessity. This graph in front of you shows how human needs, are perceived. They're long-term or temporary, they're deep or shallow. So financial services that we have a relationship with a bank. And banks on that. And here's what is so important, and this is what I found out. With artificial intelligence, we can build models which help our client or help us predict when our clients are in difficulties. For instance, we can predict with high level of accuracy when someone defaults. So the moment we know that, instead of letting people default and then start fighting with them or sending the bailiffs to collect the debt, how about we use the power of predictability with algorithms, and actually we reach out to clients and say, just in case you need a payment holiday, we're here to help you. This is one way to deploy artificial intelligence ethically. And the moment we do that, we slowly move financial services delivery from a functionality, a necessity box, to a box, the top left one, which is titled love, because that's where the family values, like human values like compassion, understanding, safety, integrity, that's where we want to be as an industry. And I believe that healthcare, for instance, they want to be in the same place. Compassion, understanding, integrity, and safety. But artificial intelligence revolution is literally it's come so quickly. It's changed, the past 5 years, it's changed the landscape of how we look at business models, how we make money, and how we invest. Even this guy, co-founder of Google, even he was taken by surprise. So can you imagine how board of directors and decision makers in financial services feel if this guy feels that he's surprised? Everybody's surprised, shocked, confused. Decision makers don't really know, in my experience, which way to go confidently. The past 3 years, with artificial intelligence, we've achieved some unprecedented level of success and development. Human parity in object recognition, speech, reading comprehension, machine translation, speech processing. And this is just the beginning. Board of directors, in my experience, 94% of them, they have in banks, in London listed companies, financial services companies listed in London, 94% of the bank's leadership, they don't have experience in technology. 93% of CEOs interviewed across sectors feel uncomfortable with the results of their investments in innovation and technology. These are staggering numbers, right? In my experience, and in the work I do in corporate governance with board of directors, we focus on 4 main points: the external environment and deployment of artificial intelligence, internal environment, organizational, self-regulation. We help clients understand how to self-regulate and prepare for what's coming. And we help them build which organizations already have. So these are very important points. So we try to, with technology, not to augment, inflate these debts. The first one is human debt. Second, technology debt. Climate debt is the third one. And the fourth one is the regulations debt. I'm going to dive a little bit into ethical principles proposed by the European Group on Ethics in Science and New Technology in 2018. It's a paper I recommend decision makers and investors to read. Very important for investors to understand where this is going, because their investments, their money will be at risk if they don't invest in the right places. So I'm going to just dive into the first top ones: human dignity, data protection and privacy. Data protection and privacy has been addressed through GDPR, and we still, as an industry, still try to understand how that's going to pan out. But bear in mind human dignity, because I'm going to come back to that one in a bit. So the 4 debts I mentioned to you: human, technology, climate, and regulations. I'm going to talk for the rest of my presentation only about the first 2. Human debt. Our customers, all the data we collect through various instruments or engagements we have with our clients, that creates financial data. That creates more information about their behavior, aspirations, what they want to be in life, or what is their life about. All that information gives us more data than Facebook and the number of likes of cats and dogs. Just bear in mind the value of and the importance of financial data which we hold as banks on our clients. We have a human debt on the vulnerable clients, so we need to look after them. And this is an example. In London, some of the challenger banks, they've deployed AI ethically by suppressing payments in gambling. So gambling payments are not allowed on certain accounts for certain clients. So those payments are automatically blocked, and that's done with AI. So the research I've conducted over the past 4 years and 2 years since I've started preparing to write my book, has led me to conclude that actually clients in financial services, and generally we, all of us, you, we will expect at some point to have a data statement from our banks, exactly as we get a bank account to tell us how much money we spent and how much money the bank has charged us in interest. We should, and probably the collective consciousness is going to wake up and we will realize that actually we need to have that kind of data statement. So the human debt is you.
So it knows if I'm speaking or not speaking. It knows if I'm moving, whether I'm walking around or just sitting at my desk during the day. It knows generally where I am in the office, and it also can tell my proximity to other people wearing badges.
We have a number of sensors in them. Bluetooth that's able to do location in the office. Microphones look at how much I talk. Motion sensor to look at posture, overall activity levels. Because now we have all of this quantitative data coming in, we're able to understand it at an unprecedented level.
So biometrics. This company, Humanize, actually can tell how much time you spend in the toilet. So is this human dignity all right here? No, I don't think so. So investors who've invested in Humanize should ask themselves whether they've gone the right way. Technology debt. Algorithms have parents. We are responsible for what we build and how we deploy it and what we make out of it. Those who tell you that technology cannot be controlled, that's complete nonsense. It can be controlled, it can be explainable. It has to be built on human-centered values, positive values, and it has to have a switch-off button. It can be done. We have to invest in that kind of technology.
Open door.
Door open.
Radio on.
Playing radio.
And do lights.
Lights on.
Protein shake.
Making protein shake.
New York.
Loading New York. Set speed.
4.
4.
6.
6. 16.
4.
Error.
Okay, 16. 4.
4. Correction. 16.
Hallo. Oh, hej William! Går det bra? Stopp!
Up.
Nej, down!
Lights down.
Only 16. Only
4.
16.
4.
And from
one classic to another, this is Summer of '69.
69.
Technology is not understanding context. So the two videos are presented today. I'd like to take away two main ideas. Biometrics. We need to be very mindful what we do with the biometric data we collect from of our customers. In the case that data gets hacked, we cannot change our faces. We cannot change our fingerprints. It's very important. It's very, very important. The second one, context. This is the technological debt I mentioned earlier. We are not there yet with this technology. We have to deploy it mindfully in context, in places where we understand that context cannot be correctly understood. Deploying ethical AI means two main things. It's a marriage between governance of this technology and ethical values. It's very important. Few words about me, so you know why I'm here, and I've got absolutely 0 seconds left. And this is the book which I mentioned to you earlier today. It talks about decoding artificial intelligence in financial services. And it's a reflection on my work with board of directors and investors and decision makers. So let's find the best way to invest in this technology because we are shaping the future for us and our children. Thank you very much for your time.
Excellent, thank you so much. Fascinating insight there, and it's great to have the expertise of Clara with us today to think about these questions now as we're building a lot of these data and AI solutions. Good morning, everybody. Come on in. Don't be shy. Just in time for the next slot. There's plenty of seats up here at the front, in at the side, if people want to slide in. We'll facilitate the transitions. Nobody's locked into a stage. You've got 6, 7 stages out there to see. We have over 500 different speakers across South Summit, so we understand. And then there's all the networking to do in the middle and the marketplace to visit. So we're going to let people move around, of course. That's what it's all about here at South Summit. So incredible topic. I mean, it makes an awful lot of sense that Clara's talking about in terms of preparing in advance for the governance and ethical questions are going to come and are coming fast and hard at us in terms of building and designing that technology to be prepared for that. So we're going to move on, continuing with the theme of data and artificial intelligence. We're now going to talk to a bunch of super experienced people with very different perspectives about the business applications and how can we put this into use right now in our businesses to create efficiency, to create new business opportunities, etc. Here we have an investor perspective from Holzbrink Ventures, who've been investing in the space for a number of years, a big German fund that are here with us. We have the startup perspective from two major innovators, one from Alto Analytics, which is a wonderful local Madrid success story in the startup space in the area of data. Another one's Onfido, which is a huge company out of London at the scale-up stage that use artificial intelligence in terms of government identification and validation all around the digital identities. And then we have two corporate perspectives that are quite exciting as well. We have IBM's technical head for cloud looking after Spain, Portugal, and Greece. And also we have a key expert in the area of artificial intelligence from Siemens who works with over 400 other corporates and has 25 patents in the area of data and artificial intelligence. So you will be spoiled with knowledge and experience from our next panel. So I'd like to welcome Jonathan from Alto Analytics on stage, who will introduce the panel. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us this morning. We're very excited to present to you the panel titled, What is the Most Interesting Scope of AI for Business? So today, I have with me experts in the field with a wealth of experience that we're looking forward to digging into today. Here to my left, I have Parker Crockford, Director of Strategic Accounts at Onfido, a company working to verify individuals at the speed of life, and we're looking forward to Parker telling us a bit more about that shortly. We have Jasper Meisman, Principal at Holzbrink Ventures, focused on software investment and AI investment, and has invested in up to 5 AI companies at this point, so some pretty interesting experience there as well. We have Sonia Zillner, who's a senior key expert and longtime AI researcher, and she's responsible for the European AI strategy at Siemens. And we have Susana Del Pozo, cloud and cognitive technical sales leader at IBM, focused on Spain, Portugal, and Israel. So as we begin to dive into this session, I mean, really the goal of today's talk is to highlight kind of the scale, the volume, the variety, and the speed at which businesses can extract data, analytics, automation through processes, potential customer engagement and employee advantages. But all these opportunities bring pretty pertinent questions as well in terms of the strategic positioning of organizations. What factors and criteria are immediately taken into account? How do companies, whether startups or larger organizations, focus on the broader collaborative ecosystem to really extract value out of the potential of artificial intelligence? So today, really let's get this going with no further ado. And I'd like to just start with Parker, since you're here on my left. So Parker, I understand that you have some very interesting experience at the intersection of the public and private sectors in terms of that emerging type of value. Can you tell us a little bit about your current projects and kind of how those total line between those spaces?
Yeah, no, of course. So where Onfido finds ourselves is we're creating and driving sort of the digital identity revolution when it comes to helping our clients identify their users in remote settings. And the way that we do that and what we've built is we take an image of a government ID and we build models around that to enable our users and our clients to verify themselves at scale. And so it's an interesting universe that we sit at because we're taking a government-backed, publicly issued credential or your government ID, and then we're having to build a way to be able to, in an automated format, to be able to verify that at scale in a very robust, let's say accurate, so prevention of fraud, and then giving a high completion rate. But the challenge that we have in this scenario is we support over 190 countries globally, and that's 4,500 different document types. So if I say we support US driver's licenses, that's 50 states times around 4 to 5 different government IDs in the wild that we have to be able to process within 20 to 30 seconds for our clients in their onboarding. So it puts us at a sort of critical place within a user experience, but we're having to be dependent on a very public-facing, let's say, government ID where you don't necessarily have access to the direct attributes off of it, or being able to get to say, look, this is what actually a real ID looks like. So it takes a lot of challenges, but what we're attempting to do with AI is to be able to take a human document expert to scale.
Okay, fantastic. And one of the things that kind of brings up is the necessity of the global collaborative ecosystem, including the private sector, public institutions, and others, in kind of making sure that AI is an effective reality for businesses. Sonia, as the kind of the responsible for the European strategy around or for Siemens, could you explain to us a little bit about some of your experience in developing and engaging with that collaborative ecosystem?
Sure. So the ecosystem is very central. So this is basically what we try to boost here. We need an ecosystem in order to bring the AI innovation forward. The reason is because it's so complex, and usually, as you have explained, it's like the AI functionality is like this, but then you need to change the processes and the digitalization of the processes. So always like many players are involved. So the question is more or less like, how can you bring all these players together? And this is some of the work we're currently doing in the context of the European, with the European Commission. So we have been invited to compile a new European AI strategy for a new AI public-private partnership. And it's not Siemens, it's like there are two associations in place. It's like the Big Data Value Association with about 200 members in the AI arena, and the EU Robotics, which are representing the robotics world. And now we're trying to bring all these people together and compile a strategy. And one of the main issues now is the ecosystem building. So we are also trying to involve more with the startups. So they are very central in terms of bringing the innovation to the business. And it's about also understanding how all the technology works together, so how we can find common languages, that all the different technology areas easily work together. And this is not only the AI technology, but also the technologies, enabling technologies. So we need to understand the interfaces to Internet of Things. We need to understand the interfaces to security. So you want to have your ID be secured. And all the others, like how high-performance computing, just to name other ones. So basically focusing here how all the communities work together, that the technology which we are developing comes faster to the market, and that we are engaging in this area.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. And so one of the traditional questions, particularly for startups, the robust startup community around AI, as we see here at South Summit, is around assessing low-hanging fruit, right? Do we integrate AI solutions that kind of enhance existing business processes that are gradual, or do we drastically transform our potential business models to hopefully engage more competitively, right? Susanna, as having worked at IBM with cognitive solutions and with extensive experience in startups, can you tell us what are some of the key criteria and challenges that startups have to assess when looking at their approach to AI solutions?
Well, we have found different challenges in startups, but not only in startups, also in big companies. One of the challenges is to look at artificial intelligence only from a technological point of view. Because companies think in a use case, whatever, they just start to play with that, they develop an application, but they do not think what is coming next. And that is one of the key challenges we are finding, that you have to think in a strategy, you have to think how it's going to grow, how you are going to industrialize it if the idea is successful, that hopefully will be. And this is something that has to be thought from the beginning. Another challenge that we have seen in several customers, and as I said, this is valid for small and for big companies, for startup or established business, is the data. Because artificial intelligence is nothing if you don't have the data that you are going to leverage. And we see that most companies, they don't know where is their data, or even worse, they do not trust their data. Why? Because data is easy to copy, to move, to change, and it's difficult to know that you are using the real data, that your data has the quality you need to have a trustful AI deployment. That is why in IBM we say there is no AI without IA, which is there is no artificial intelligence without information architecture. So the information is key. And to have a system when you have governance of your data so you can trace the source of the whole system that it's your information.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a challenge on what you just said there is also from the startup perspective is you have to take privacy and have that privacy framework on your side of the business really sort of flesh out much sooner, I think, in a growth trajectory. Because between GDPR and things happening with privacy around the world and all the data hacks and everything that's happening, it's the startups that need that data to be able to build what they're creating, but then set it up in a way that they're meeting all the correct regulatory standards to even get where they need to go to build. And I think it's even 2 years ago wasn't as much of a problem as it is today when it comes to how do you get that data and be able to train a model with it.
Okay, fantastic. So Jasper, as an investor in the space of artificial intelligence and having invested in several companies, can you tell us a little bit about it's kind of a reiteration of my question to Susanna, but what type of criteria are you using to assess the quality or the interest of companies that are engaging with AI and have the potential to scale up their approach to AI in the short to midterm?
It's an endless, always changing list of criteria, but I think what is very key, and you all mentioned it, so for machine learning, which is mostly the case of the application that we see, we look at two things. One is is the team actually capable of doing this in practice? So yes, you do a lot of research at university, you learn a lot of stuff, but have you actually worked with data? Have you learned how to annotate data, how to really understand data? So is there experience in the team? And the other one is, how proprietary is the data, or at least, let's say, the annotation part of it? Because there's a lot of publicly available data. ESA, for example, the European Space Agency, has a nice program, but actually understanding what that data means is pretty much key, and you can build a data mode there, not just from the data. So I would say those two basic ones. And then the third one, and that's pretty tough for us because we invest in seed stage, but we can invest up to 50 million in a company, and I know that's nothing in comparison to an R&D budget of Siemens, but it's not that much money. But we have to understand, is this actually possible? Because a lot of AI or machine learning is still research. I mean, you basically have a hypothesis, and then you're testing it, and then after 2 years, you tell your VC, sorry, it didn't work. So for us, that's the really tough part, understanding is there a possible outcome with this kind of approach.
Okay, fantastic. As you mentioned, I mean, a large part of AI is research, and Sonia, I know you have several years of experience as an AI researcher. You mentioned to me before that before AI, it wasn't really called AI until it had kind of a commercial tone to it. You tell us a little bit, comment a bit on that evolution.
Say it again?
Can you comment a bit on kind of that evolution of this AI?
I mean, in terms of AI technology, it was like when I started to do this, I wouldn't say it's AI because it was like the AI winter, and now everybody's doing it. Like years ago, when I wanted to engage our business units, they would never have time for us because we were doing some exotic thing, and now it's very easy. It's very easy. Everybody would like to do it, and we as AI experts, they like to work with us because they think we are the ones who can find something out. But to be honest, I very agree what you just said. It's like having a look at the data. You mentioned it as well. It's like the data, the quality of the data tells you what you can do. And it's like when you're thinking about USP, am I different? Can other do the same thing? So I need to really dive into the data and understand what I can find out. Industrial data, it's rather complex. So industrial data, it's like really, actually like the pre-processing, it's no fun. It's like the data is stored in all these different data stores. You do not know them, then you need to find the owner of this database, then you need to integrate, then years before, very different format, very different structure, you have to map, all this very boring stuff. So basically it's like many investments or focus is strong on increasing data quality and how can you speed up this process. So whenever I do interviews with my business units and I see that they have understood how to handle the data, how to increase the quality, then this is something really we push forward. So this is something, a good way forward. If they have not yet looked at the data, this is really difficult because they do not know anything, so they even can't decide which technology they need.
Yeah, that's a nice thing for our startups. They build up the data on their own, so you can at least start from a good point. Yeah. But I fully agree. How do you do it with your data experts? I mean, do you get them from the department, or do you guys do it? So how to really understand what the data means? Because
no, we are engaging with the experts. So it's like we try to have a AI expert and a domain expert, and they need to talk to each other. If you let the data expert alone, always the models we come up are too simple, and we are not able to process them. So you need to have a person in mind who understands how the algorithm work, and then they need to engage. They need to find the same language. Sure. They need to come together, find the same language. In order to understand the machine learning, how the concepts and the domain language. And the domains are really complex. It's like, you really need to dive in. You need to understand how a gas turbine is functioning. It's like...
Okay, interesting. So I had a very general question that I thought would yield some interesting perspectives on what would you consider a good AI strategy. Emerging already from the conversation, I'm hearing a lot about how the data is structured, the ability for different types of experts within functional or cross-functional groups to integrate and communicate with one another. I mean, speak to other people in different functional areas. They might talk about the proprietary value of data, for example. So I know every expert has kind of a different approach on this, but You know, for the for the record, what would you consider a good AI strategy, kind of in direct terms?
I think ours is fantastic, the strategy we deploy as the only startup on the platform. Look, the way, and I think this goes to everything we've said, it comes down to what we're attempting to do is we have a very complex, I don't know the last time anyone looked at their government ID, but they're very complex. And so the goal for us is to take the human to scale and to put the machine in a position to say, look, churn through the data, churn through, because 96% of all the documents we see are legitimate documents. It comes down to image quality and a whole series of pieces. And then we have a human in the loop that we then put them in a spot to say, you're always maturing that model and you're making the decisions and we're removing the noise out from away from the expert. And so for us, there's always going to be new documents coming out. There's always going to be models to mature. There's always going to be these things that are happening. So the strategy we've always taken is saying we're never just going to be machine only. And we're never going to be human only. We're always going to have that constant feedback loop to build out sort of that proprietary technology that comes with years of seeing these documents, seeing these fraud trends, and all these other pieces. And so starting from the beginning to say, how can we make a human expert, that domain expert, go to scale? Let's remove as much as we can, but with the realization it's never going to be 100% automated. And best case scenario, we can get into the high 90s, but you will always want a human looking at those edge cases, because the machine can't do it. And so it gives that completion rate, but also then gives the sort of us humans, we get bored, we're not going to give you the right results always. And so it's, again, trying to put everyone in a lane that they're actually really good at. And so it's that constant sort of feedback loop. So that's why I say our strategy is the best.
I would add two things to that. So I also love that because we call it human-machine hybrid. And basically the strategy for a startup, although it's more tactical, is at the beginning to look if you want to optimize for precision or recall. So it really depends on what is important for the product, and actually you're focusing more on the outcome for the customer than the real machine learning around it. And then the second part is over time, and you said it, is automating all that. But then, and that's, I would say, really a strategy for most of our startups where we put a lot of budget in, is have constant research on that. Because all the startups, at least in our portfolio, are a bit afraid that then suddenly there's this new thing coming up and then it disrupts the whole process because it automatically annotates data or whatsoever. So we have dedicated R&D budgets, even in the very small companies, 1 or 2 people, maybe even 5, constantly reading papers, constantly trying new models in parallel to the process, so you can put it live if it's performing better. So I think that's a good strategy.
Fantastic.
I mean, if I add on this, because you're talking now from a startup perspective, I'm not talking from a corporate perspective, the AI strategy is really difficult. Because it's you need to identify business opportunities, new markets, and then when there is a transformation of a sector, and you need to identify what is possible. So what needs to be done. When we talk do it bottom up. So we try to find all the ideas that people have, so all the AI projects that people are doing. And this is like a snowball system, so we ask one and then we ask, do you know more? And it's like getting like more and more and more and more. But then maybe they do not have a so they like their technology, they really put it forward, but is that business case? So then you map it to the strategy again and where you want to go into it. So basically I think, I mean for sure we can put something on PowerPoints in terms of strategy, yeah? But the real case is that we need to connect the people. We need to connect the people. So we need to make sure that they keep on talking to each other, that the domain expert need to get access to it. And this is the most important strategy to move forward because it's so agile and it's moving so fast, and that this is what is working.
Yeah. Okay. We have seen the same, and the way we are fostering this communication, we have an innovation space that we call IBM Garage, when we use design thinking and we mix people from the business side, from the technological side, so they are all in the same room, thinking together what they would like to do, but also what it's possible to do, how they can start maybe with an MVP to test the technology to see if it works, and to decide together if they are going to spread that through the company, for example. So it's important to have all of them in the same room, thinking together, looking at the near future, but also thinking in the long term. So they are all together developing this strategy. It's not that part of the company designs the strategy and then they leave it to the other side of the company to build it. They are all together since the beginning.
Okay, fantastic. I know, Suzanne, you had mentioned to me, like, say, some interesting examples of these adoption processes of AI solutions within startups and in enterprise, and how they've successfully worked, kind of taking into account all that we've been chatting about. Do you mind sharing, one of those examples for us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have seen it. Let's be positive, and we have seen it very successful in many customers. In fact, with our artificial intelligence solution that it's called IBM Watson, we have done more than 25,000 projects in 20 different sectors all around the world. So very different applications in big corporates and startups, for example. To give you some cases, I will mention 4 different applications. Here in Spain, for example, we have a banking customer, CaixaBank. They are using artificial intelligence to provide their 10,000 employees with a virtual assistant that helps them answer the questions of their customers. And we estimate that this year, this virtual assistant will answer around 10 million questions. So we are talking about big numbers. In a very different sector, the industrial sector, we are working, for example, with KONE, that it's a worldwide leader in manufacturing and maintenance of elevators. And we have infused AI, so the million of elevators they have all around the world, they can literally talk in natural language with a control center and tell this center when they detect an anomaly. So imagine what it means in terms of preventive maintenance. We are working also with a company in India, iCare, to help in the diagnosis of people that has high risk of having heart attacks in rural areas, which was a problem. And also, if I come back to Spain, for example, and talking about the startups, there is one case that I like a lot. This is a Spanish startup called KioAI. They have developed a system based off IBM Watson for artificial intelligence to detect and prevent bullying in schools. And they have made the interface is a robot because they have found the children talk very open to a robot because they don't feel judged. And there is an artificial intelligence system behind that can detect when the student is suffering bullying. So very different examples and very different ways of defining the strategy. In some cases, it was a big corporate seeing how they can improve their processes. In the last one, it was an entrepreneur that was watching TV. He saw a news that was sad about bullying in a school, and he decided to use artificial intelligence to create a company.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you for sharing those examples. So we have just about 2 minutes left, but we have a lot more to talk about, I think. But I'd like to touch on, and I'd like to get kind of everybody's perspective briefly on near-term key trends across the ecosystem, for the range from startups to enterprise to even public institutions. Kind of what do you see as the key emerging trends for near-term AI adoption?
Yeah, I think the trend that we're seeing from our side is how privacy is affecting how you build your startup if you're using PII, someone's personal information, and 2, having those coming from spending the last 2.5 years in the U.S., having the right consent flows of being able to actually do something with that third-party data. I think it's going to put some more hurdles in place for startups to be able to get the information or the data they need to actually sort of take a thesis and execute it if it is more personal-based information. Because we've seen, when a company wants to trial our services, it's become a much harder process, and they don't have the ability to actually get the data because they haven't put the right frameworks in place to be able to share it with us for us to go test. So I think that's going to be an interesting let's say, headwind for certain types of AI that we're starting to see from our side?
Yeah. I would have two things. One is more in an area that's natural language understanding, so you really see a lot of progress there. And it's moving away from just pattern recognition of what is in a text or in a context, but really understanding the intent of it, really putting it into perspective so you can process it automatically and get insights for products of all kinds. And the second part is transfer learning, but it's more, for example, federated learning. The thing is, most of the companies, when they create products with machine learning, they build models for each individual case, and then maintaining all these models for various customers when you grow, it's not fun. So how do you transfer the learning of one model to another? Then we come to data privacy again. So how you do that, and there are a lot of nice approaches that are actually working, but it's fairly new field. So we see a lot of good progress there.
Great. So I see, for bringing AI to business scenarios, so I see the importance to speed up the way to integrate domain knowledge, like knowledge graphs and stuff like this, to ways to present knowledge in order that we can capture the knowledge which is already around and to combine it with data-driven approaches. And the other thing I see, it's like all this trustworthiness. So this is like very important for adopting the technology. And I see the most exciting innovations coming when these technology comes together, like when machine learning meets knowledge graphs and then the natural language processing meets the deep learning. So it's like it's when the technologies are combined. This is like a very promising area to look at.
Fantastic.
Well, we are definitely going to see artificial intelligence moving from pilots, from the small deployments to taking to be embedded in really critical business processes. And for that, I agree with Sonia, we need to trust it. And for that, we will see how all the companies pay attention on making AI explainable. It cannot be a black box to make it ethical, to work in removing bias. In IBM, we have a strong ethical code for artificial intelligence, and we are seeing that more and more the market is paying attention to that.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, it looks like we're out of time for this session, but first I'd like to give a round of applause to our panel. So Parker Crockford from Onvilo, Jasper Messerman from Holtzbrig Ventures, Sonia Zillner from Siemens, and Susana Del Pozo from IBM. Had a fantastic conversation, and I'm sure we could speak for a few more hours about this. So I'm sure you can catch all of these experts outside and continue the conversation. So thank you very much for joining us for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. Thanks a million. Fascinating conversation. Thanks, Jonathan, for leading the way there. I love this discussion because, again, I think it's very South Summit. You have the two innovators, the startups that are scaling up, building super creative and innovative solutions. You have the corporate view in terms of how they're thinking about things, how they're changing their infrastructure, how they're better serving their clients. And then, of course, the investor view as well, right in the middle, that's kind of fueling a lot of the innovation, too. Come on in, folks. Come on in. I'll give you a chance to grab a seat, get cozy, get organized. A few people coming in. There's a queue outside, actually, so I'll just give you a little bit of time to get organized. There's a bunch of seats up here at the front. There's some more here. Little gaps. Come on in, take a seat, get cozy. We're here right the way through to lunchtime talking about advanced technologies. Kicking off this morning with cybersecurity, moving into artificial intelligence, looking at data, we'll be looking at IoT, we're looking at ethics in artificial intelligence, governance, everything coming through, looking at insights, analytics, how we're taking data, turning it into wisdom, which is what our next conversation is going to be about. So be sure to listen up for that. So we'll get started. Our next speaker, it's a luxury to have her here. This individual is the Chief Executive Officer of Data and Analytics inside BBVA, one of the biggest banks in the world. We have the luxury to have access to them here in Spain, and one of the biggest and one of the most innovative banks in the world. I think they're clear early innovators and early adopters in all of their open innovation programs and how they're transforming their technologies within the financial services industry. So here we're going to hear about what they're looking and how they're treating integrating data and analytics within their business, improving their efficiencies, and also better serving the customer right from the horse's mouth. And we're very privileged to have Elena with us today because she's serious experience in the space. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Elena Alfaro, the Chief Data and Analytics Officer of BBVA.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for being here today. First of all, I'd like to apologize because I am recovering from a cold. So you'll be seeing me drinking a lot today, water. And if I have to stop, I ask you for apologies because I really had a bad time last week. So from data to wisdom, the truth is that I selected the other title below, but the organization told me, no, this is not sexy enough. So you need to change the title to, for instance, this. And I said, OK, let's do it, no problem. Today, I would like to talk to you about our view on what is really to be data-driven. What does it mean for a company? And then I would like to get into some examples on how we are doing this at BBVA. We don't have much time, so I will cover just a few bits, but hopefully some ideas that for me are important. So first of all, if this works, next. Yeah. So what is to be data-driven? No? To me, it's just to summarize it a lot, I would say that it's either to support decision-making with data or to eliminate it through automation. No? And the example here is basically support decision-making is having something like Google Maps for coming here today. So you are a human, you look to the screen, and then you decide which road is better to come here. Data-driven decision-making. In the other case, in the case of self-driven cars, we see that we don't have humans deciding. Okay? This is a data-driven system, but that decides and acts by itself. So we are eliminating decision-making. So in both cases, what we have here, very basically, are predictions. In the case of Google Maps, we have predictions on how much time it will take me to get to La Nave, what is the average speed, where should I go, some recommendations. Those are predictions, maybe not that advanced. In the other case, we also have predictions. The predictions here are, this is another car, this is a tree, this is a lane. Okay, so it's a data system that is making predictions, and in this case, is taking action. So this is all about deciding on data, humans seeing information, automating, if we are letting the machines act. Okay, so this is happening all over the place in our lives. This is a slide that I made this week trying to represent my whole life, my day, one day in my life. I use all these apps normally, some others as well, but they didn't fit in the circle. So basically, we have a lot of predictions here. How I slept, because this is an algorithm that is predicting if I slept well or bad, depending on my movements. What's the weather prediction, of course, what to watch, because I watch Netflix in the morning when I try to exercise a little bit. The best route, as we say, who to follow, what to see, or what to search. Of course, we're trying to help people to understand how to save, what to hear, what to buy, what is the best price. I have a house in the beach, and I have it on Airbnb, and they are recommending me the best price depending on the days, one price per day. Where to go, what to drink if you use this type of applications on wine, and then take me home if I have gone out. Okay? So all these companies are getting data and creating very good personalized experiences that become better and better as they gather more and more data. So these are really data-driven companies because they know that the core, the way they can differentiate from others, is based on how they use the data. Because the better they use the data, the better the experience they will give me, and then I will use it more, so I will give them more data. So this is like a virtuous circle that they make their business on. So what do they get at the end of the day from a business perspective? They get millions of customers with very personalized experiences at very low costs, because all what they do is very, very much automated. Okay, so looking at these companies, what in a company that is pretty old, BBVA is more than 150 years, as all the banks are, what can we learn from them, and how can we apply these ideas in order to really become data-driven? So at BBVA, again, to do it, well, just a comment here. I forgot this. To what extent they are using data, it's not just that Netflix uses data to recommend me a movie, because some of you have seen it, and we saw another 2 movies as well. They also use it to decide what is the picture they are using to propose me to watch, in this case, Stranger Things. So if I normally get into horror movies, they will show me this. If I normally click on 80s movies, the Goonies, E.T., etc., they will show me that one there. Okay, so it's not just recommending me the movie. It's also the way they are presenting it to me, which is really, really personalized. Okay, so to me, that is a huge example on what is really being a data-driven company. And much more things that Netflix does that is really amazing. Scary sometimes, eh? Also, we still are on our way. But basically, this is based on 4 elements. No? Of course, you need the technology. If you're a startup, that's kind of easy because you just go to whatever cloud provider, push a button, and there you go with your system up and running, no? In a few seconds. If you are a big company, that's not that simple. Even though these technologies are open source, are available, are cheaper than the previous ones, you have a huge legacy system that you need to replace or make it coexist. Okay, so that is the first thing. You need a platform. Once you have a platform, you need, of course, data. Okay, you need real policies to have good data availability, clean data, and also to gather more data in the future. Okay, and here are some of the things that we are trying to do in BBVA. I'm not going to enter into that. So platform, data, talent. Of course, you need people that is able to do new stuff with this data. Okay, and here we've been working extensively for the past, I would say, 8 years at BBVA, trying to attract these profiles that at the beginning were more unknown and now are more mainstream, the data scientists. Not only them, also the people that work together with the data scientists, the developers, the designers that are able to develop these data products. And of course, on top of that, once you have these 3 things, then you need the good questions. So what do we do with this? No? And to me, it's always, you need to build this from here to up there. But you need to be very clear on what you want to do there before starting to do anything here. Otherwise, you can end up with a huge, fantastic platform, a lot of people working there with nothing really important or interesting to do. Okay, so just to give you a couple of examples on what we are doing in the bank, we like to divide basically the projects or the initiatives or the things where we can make an impact from data in what we do below the glass, so everything that is more operational is happening inside the company, and then everything that is customer-facing, no? The services, the applications. And here you can see what we can do. Again, it's a summary, no? But internally we can do a lot of automation, we can gain a lot of efficiencies, and we can, very important, better support internal decision-making. How our employees, our people, decide. And in the case of the above the glass, as I said before, what we are able to deliver, to provide with data-driven systems is fantastic personalized experiences that gives you a lot of relevance in the market, and you can do this at scale. Okay? If we, as a bank, wanted to give personalized experiences to our 70-something million customers, doing it with humans is impossible. I mean, economically non-viable, no? Imagine the case of whatever the other companies that you saw, that they have hundreds of clients. How do they provide a personalized experiences? Only with a data-driven system. So examples of this, I will focus on the above the glass part, which is the area where I work. In BBVA, we have a vision on how we can do much better in terms of helping people manage their finances better and decide better on their money. So we started a few years ago with some pieces that might seem simple today, but they are not. And they are the basis for something much interesting that we are trying to provide, and we will see in a second. No? But first of all, we need to be able to categorize automatically all the transactions that we are receiving. And I can tell you that whenever we faced this project, we found out that we had 1,500. So first of all, we need to be able to categorize automatically all of them, even those that you say, for instance, I don't know, monthly rent or present for my auntie. that you write by hand, we are also able to categorize those. Then we started launching, on top of that, tools like, for instance, comparison. You can compare yourself with others, and which I think is interesting. You can simulate yourself in another city with your salary, but living somewhere else, and you can compare yourself to people living there, how much they spend in which category. Okay, this is available today. And then we started working on prediction. And today we can predict with a very high level of accuracy what is going to happen in your account 2 months before it happens. Okay, of course, we are not going to predict if tomorrow you're going to out for dinner and you decided today. That's not the point. The point is that around 70% of the things that happen in your account are pretty stable or predictable. And more interestingly, if we fail in the prediction, it's because something happened. And sometimes it's interesting to find out what could happen, no? So on top of that, we created this idea of financial health that we are still on the way. This is a long way to go, but today we already have kind of a measure on how healthy you are and things that you could do to be healthier. But which I think is much more important is these small messages that we are starting to launch. If you are a BBVA customer, probably you have received some of them. Based on all the previous tools that I showed you, which are all of them data-driven engines. For instance, you have received a direct debit that is higher than expected. Maybe it's OK. Maybe the water, you spent a lot of money in water last month because whatever, something happened. Nobody tells you. Not the water company, nor your bank, nobody. No? Now we are starting to identify things that are higher than expected, and we'll let you know. Okay? Other examples are, you normally get some income, some money, some payment. This month, you didn't get it. Maybe it's OK, but you didn't. Have a look. OK? Or this one, good news. Last month, you saved more than what you do normally. OK? Do something. Or not, go for dinner. But I think it's interesting. For me personally, it's interesting to know these type of things. So we are going to start to see more and more and smarter types of messages like this. So the idea is not just to show you information on categories, graphs, expenditures, etc. It's to give you things or tips that you can use and take action on them. Another example here is our app, pretty successful, that is called BBVA Valora, that gathers data basically from the real estate market. We've launched this already in several countries, and the idea is that you are able to see how much is your house and how much is the house that you would like to buy. And the last addition is this augmented reality app that you can go with your mobile, searching for a house, and you will see the price on top of the image of your mobile phone. Okay? Again, here we are trying to help people in their journey to buy a house. So just I have 1 minute left, and some of these functionalities and others were recognized, have been recognized for 3 years in a row because last week we got the good news that we won the prize of the best app in the world by Forrester for 3 years in a row. Recognizing that this is something different, and as I said, we still have a long way to go. But we need to design this type of system so people can trust in them, because whenever you start getting into data-driven automated systems, how do we make them trustable for humans? So just a couple of ideas here, and I know you've been discussing ethics before here, but we need to be able to trust first that the system will work, that it will use the data properly, and more importantly, that it will have me in the middle. It will be suggesting me or deciding for me, but on things that are good for me, not good for somebody else, no? And this is not that simple. As we know, even with the best of the intentions, because most of the fails that we are seeing in AI, most of the things that you read in the newspapers, they are not intentional. They are fails because the system didn't work as we expected, which is very normal, by the way, because a machine learning system adapts to the environment, and we don't know how it's going to behave. So even with best of the intentions, these data-driven systems can violate privacy, perpetuate negative profiling, give unfair access to different goods, reduce quality of life, and of course, from a business perspective, destroy trust and brand equity. This is true, so we have to bear this in mind What can we do? Well, we're seeing a lot of initiatives on this concept of responsible data usage checklists or teams or labs. Here are some examples, some of the things that we can do more from the algorithm development side, which is, for instance, OK, of course, challenge your math. Don't be happy with the first good result that you get in an algorithm. Test and learn all the time. Check biases in data. Also, how critical is the problem? It's not the same to recommend a movie or a song as, I don't know, recommend something that is more related to healthcare, okay? An operation or a medicine. It's not the same. It's not the same to recommend a song as to recommend a pension fund. So the problem is very important. And we shouldn't apply the same rules to every problem. Who are we empowering? So who is going to be the one that is getting the result of the decisions made by the algorithm? Okay? Is the human, the person, the client, is the company, is the government? What is the worst thing one could do? This is very, very interesting. And I would say, what is the worst thing it could happen with an algorithm when you launch it out there? No? Because probably the worst things that you can think of now, they will happen. And we've seen lots of examples. For instance, in Alexa, there are thousands of very funny stories, things that happen. And that was not the intention at the beginning when they developed it. So I'm not saying that this has to stop from doing anything. It's that you at least need to wonder. And then, are the variables actionable for the subject? Okay. So for instance, if I tell somebody, OK, you cannot get into this job because you are not qualified enough, or you cannot get this job because you are a woman, that is very different. And there are systems today in place that are getting into this type of decisions. So some of the things that we are working on at BBVA on these matters, very, very close to where the development is happening, is on fairness. I am out of time, I know. Fairness, so use the variables that we should be able to use and not the others. Transparency, what are the goals of the algorithms? Diversity, are we getting our customers or our users into filter bubbles? Because the algorithm is more efficient in filter bubbles. And of course, interpretability of machine learning systems. So this is it. We don't have time for questions, but I will be around and in the BBVA stand if you want to talk. Thank you so much.
Genial, thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you for sharing. Thanks, Elena. It's fascinating to see how one of the most innovative large organizations are dealing with the data and analytics problem and opportunity. And just going to give you guys a chance to transition. There's a bunch of people waiting to come in, so we'll let them come in. There's a lot of seats up here at the front, guys, in at the sides, so you can slide in and out. I actually have lost count of the stages at South Summit. We used to have 3, then it was 4, then it was 6. But now with the demo stage, I think it's 7. And the pitching, maybe 8, I'm actually not sure. And then, of course, the marketplace, there's so much going on there. There's different activities happening at all the different stands. So there's so much going on. You got to run around the place. We need about 10 days to celebrate South Summit. And that's not even to mention the networking, the meeting spaces, the lounges, the coffee, the food stalls. So an awful lot going on, so we want to facilitate the movement of everybody and also respect our speakers, so I'll just let you get organized. So this entire morning here on the playground stage is the advanced technologies. I'm really excited to be here because I love this space. I'm a bit of a geek myself. I'm not a techie, but I'm definitely a geek. I love playing and discovering and figuring out the potential of a lot of these different technologies. Of course, I was most recently with the Dara Ventures here in Madrid, which is a deep tech investment firm. So I spent the last 3 years just looking at cybersecurity and data opportunities, which is great fun with an amazing team there. So I'm quite passionate about a lot of the conversations that are happening here this morning. So I'm delighted to be here. You'll see me sitting in the front row most of the time just listening to the conversations because it's pretty incredible. Right, I think we're ready to go for the next panel. So the next conversation is about the convergence of these disciplines. We're still talking about AI, but what impact is AI having on quantum computing, blockchain, cryptology, natural language processing, semantics, and everything in between. So we're going from advanced tech, deep tech, and very techie stuff to even more with the next conversation. So I'm absolutely thrilled to invite them to the stage. Regina Llopez from AI Group, Antonio Asin from ICFO, Gloria Lorenzo from Oracle, Jordi Nadal from AI Group, Luis Carbajo from Vuton, and Sara Colnago from SwanScan. Regina, the floor is yours. Thanks, guys.
So we're all here? Okay. Thank you all for being here and to be able to listen to what we have to say. I hope it becomes something of interest. You all know where you are. You are in the advanced technology section. So we're supposed to be talking here with deep tech, 5G, virtual reality, augmented reality, drones, AI, machine learning, big data, and cybersecurity. But the venue is here, the playground stage. So we're going to do like a playing ground, you know, like little kids with sand. We're going to try to make a little bit of different bits of things that you can take home to think about. So our topic here is convergence of disciplines with artificial intelligence. So time restrictions makes this a flash, speed, flavoring on the topic of a micro-pill type of panel content, because there isn't anything else we can do in 30 minutes, but we'll try. And the idea is to motivate you and trigger curiosity and future need to learn a little bit more and participate in the future of innovative interdisciplinary technologies building blocks. So artificial intelligence, we don't really know what it is, not even the natural one, so less the artificial one, but you know, the definition that at the moment of creating the words McCarthy gave was that it was something that was able to create a machine that was intelligent, or a computation or a program that shows some intelligence. So leaving it at that in 1956, there are three fundamental blocks in AI. I'm going to introduce them so that you know which context we're going to be working in, and it's going to be the last one. The first block is the super intelligence, or super artificial intelligence, which means some intelligence that is going to override all of us, even the most intelligent of us in mankind. And that is quite far away from attaining yet. And that moment is called the singularity. It's a word that was invented by von Neumann. And, but in any case, we don't have to, you know, have any fatalist or apocalyptic, you know, positions as you have been seeing in the latest years, because this can only go for better world and not for a worse world if we take care of it, okay? And the second big block of the artificial intelligence today is what we call the, how would I say it? It's general AI. I don't like to call it, sometimes people call it strong AI, which is a part of artificial intelligence that really is able to do general problem solving, like us. So it equals human beings, general problem solving, okay? That is also very far away from being a reality. It is a matter of research. It is a matter of fundamental research, and we are getting near there. But what brings the hype today, what we all understand as artificial intelligence, is the third block, which is what we call narrow or weak AI, which means solving problems of a particular context. In a particular narrow area, we formulate a problem and we can solve it. And most of the time, when we solve it further away of how we humans would have been able to solve it. So much, much better. And machine learning plays a very central role in that. So having said all of this, we have been extracting some knowledge along these years. This is the most known one, the narrow intelligence of the narrow artificial intelligence, and so we're going to be concentrating in that. We have experts on some of the disciplines that have gained entity and are in the frontier and intersecting and converging with artificial intelligence. So I'm going to allow myself just one line to introduce them, and then they will take their time to introduce them, highlighting at will whatever they like, okay? So it doesn't have to be in the context of this conference. So I give them that benefit. But they only have a half a minute, okay? So let's go. We have Antonio here on my left. And Sin, he's a PhD in theoretical physics. He works at ICREA as a professor of the Institute of Photonic Science, head of the Quantum Information Theory Group, and he's an expert in quantum computing. We will explain the convergence in some issues with AI. Then we have Gloria Lorenzo, who is a computer scientist, senior director of the language solutions of Oracle, and she is going to be talking about that area of language processing that is her expertise. Then we have Jordi Nadal, who is a PhD in particle physics, expert in machine learning and artificial intelligence in general, works at my company, Aplicaciones en Informática Avanzada. So Jordi is going to be talking about the machine learning essence. And Luis Carbajo is an MBA from Michigan. He's a master in industrial engineering. He's a digital strategist, veteran launching digital technologies. And he was the first Spanish executive working at Amazon in the USA. So he's now a CEO of Votum, who is a blockchain, which is a traceability platform for a lot of things that he will be explaining, and what is the frontier and the interest of AI. And last but not least, we have Sara Colnago, who has been kind enough to come from the very, 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 very busy Milano, okay? And she has, Swascam is a company which is specialized in cybersecurity. She's the co-founder and CEO, and she will be talking to us about this convergence. She has been named by Forbes the top 100 tech influencer women in the world. So I think we have a very interesting panel. So please, each one of you, introduce yourself in half a minute, and we start with the questions.
Should I start?
You start.
Okay, so, well, as was mentioned, my name is Antonio Sin, and I'm leading a research group at ICFO, an institute that is located near Barcelona in Castelldefels. And I'm leading the group on quantum information theory. So basically, the main objective of the group is to understand what happens when you put information on quantum particles, and which new things you can do when this new type of information. I think that's enough for my side for the moment.
Okay.
Hi, Gloria Lorenzo. I'm a computer science who loves languages, so I end up working in globalization and translation of software applications. And I'm leading a project of research for neural-machine translations for more than 44 languages.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jordi Nadal. As Regina said, I'm a PhD in particle physics that I did at CERN. Then I moved to Germany to work on grid computing. And 5 years, more or less, I came back to work at AIA, which I'm responsible for the innovation department.
So I am Luis Carbajo. As Regina mentioned, I have been in digital technology for quite a while. I found a company 2 years ago that is Votum. It's a blockchain company. We do traceability of data in different blockchains, public and private, and we see artificial intelligence as an added value that we can put into the data. Blockchain is just a foundational technology, so it's going to allow a lot of new business models to evolve. And part of how these business models are going to evolve is with the combination of other technologies, like in this case, artificial intelligence, that we are already using in one of our solutions.
Buenos dias. I'm Sara Colnago, and I'm the co-founder of Swascam, a cybersecurity testing platform that allows you to identify, analyze, and solve vulnerabilities. We also have in our company a cybersecurity research team that is quite busy at the moment dealing with this kind of convergence of technologies and artificial intelligence.
Okay, so having the introduction of these experts done by themselves, let's start with the questions. I have prepared a question for each one of them regarding their expertise. Then if we have time, we will go to open discussion between experts. If we don't have time, we want the 5 last minutes to be open to the audience, okay? So at least we know we will have to stop 5 minutes before this clock that is just telling me the time tells that it's 5 minutes left. So Gloria, I will start with you. We have seen great potential of convergence of language processing and artificial intelligence today. Can you tell us, as a practicing expert, the main issues that artificial intelligence, and especially machine intelligence and machine learning, can help in language processing today in different contexts?
Okay, so I can see 4 areas. The first one is on speech recognition, because machine learning really destroys the lexical diversity. It's biased towards the most commonly used terms, and it's also trained using the most commonly used languages. In the case of English, it's US English. In the case of Portuguese, it would be Brazilian. The second area will be around conversational AI, and that's when you're trying to understand complex sentences. We're doing a lot of work on sentiment analysis, positioning, but it's also really interesting to keep the semantic history. What was said in the previous sentences, for example, if a customer is getting angry and at what point you notice that. And things like the epistemology, that's, for example, if you have a sentence, you're able to identify a noun, but if the noun is Hitler or Holocaust, it might be a little bit problematic, so getting all of that extra information. The third one is around the natural language generation, is the ability of a computer to produce a concept and explain what language, what tone, what lexicon is going to use. For example, if it's going to say a joke, is it appropriate or not? And finally, there's a lot of investigation and convergence around the language variances in a multimodal view. That's where things like machine translation, video, speech, voice, even sign language recognition converges.
Okay, thank you, Gloria, and we thank her for also keeping the time. They only have 1.5 minutes to explain their answers. So I'm going now to Antonio. Okay, Antonio, we see a lot of early interdisciplinary interaction on cryptography and quantum computing and the quantum key distribution on networks as an example of interdisciplinary work. But can you explain and add here on the convergence that is now starting with machine learning and artificial intelligence?
Well, this is starting in the last year, so I would say it's between, well, actually it's mostly a research topic at the moment, but it's soon, I hope, moving to applications. This is why I'm a scientist here, perhaps the more scientific person in the panel. And basically, what we want to understand is like, if you think about a quantum computer, this is a device that works with quantum bits, and quantum bits are bits that can be 0, 1, or superposition of 0 and 1. Usually when I say that, people look at me as if I was crazy, but this is how nature works in the quantum world. So once you have these quantum bits, you have a machine that operates with quantum bits, and this machine can do things that our machines cannot do. And therefore, the main question now for this convergence is to understand how such a machine can learn, how it learns different from our machines we have, and how it can help to solve problems that we have, that our machines have to learn on problems. And also a new thing that is happening is like also you have new problems, which are how this quantum machine can learn about problems related to quantum information. Okay, so we have to solve all these challenges, and people are working in this direction. The problem being that we don't have a proper quantum computer yet.
But we will.
Yes.
We just had last week one big jump on Google machine that really is solving in minutes something that it would have taken thousands of years. So that's progress.
Well, yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. But they're very specific, I understand. Okay, Sarah. With all the noise that the press is doing, can you clarify for a wide audience the places where convergence with AI is being central for solving the problems your clients in the industry have with cybersecurity and the ones that are most widely present, like criminal hackers or all others? So tell us in the audience, how is artificial intelligence helping in your business solving these very hard problems?
Okay, so let's try to make this thing clear. And first of all, we need to face the reality that artificial intelligence is an opportunity both for companies and for cybercrime. We already know examples of phishing attacks powered by artificial intelligence that are constructed on the knowledge base related to the behavioral of the target that they have in their focus. And we also know about malware related to conf call systems that we use every day that are activated by facial recognition. I see you, I recognize you, and I attack you. This is the scenario. And in this huge field of issues, what we can do with artificial intelligence into the side of the company is that we need to improve a constant risk assessment and risk analysis to keep every day updated to this kind of technology. And also, we really need to put in place a framework of cybersecurity that considers artificial intelligence, both from the inside and from the outside.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much. So take notice, artificial intelligence can be both-sided. It can help being the good guy, and it can help being the bad one, because we can generate automatic malware with artificial intelligence. So there is a need of supervision, a need of monitoring, a need of ethical handling of what we do with artificial intelligence. Not only the biased that Gloria was talking, but many others that are coming and being rooting up the words towards the work we do. And I think that it's a good moment to ask Luis, because blockchain is building trust. So in all of this paraphernalia of risk and risk assessment, at least we see a little bit of light with blockchain, with some creation of trust, through this capacity that blockchain allows us. So, Luis, can you tell us, outside of the hype of the community buying Bitcoins, we like the use of blockchain in a different manner. So can you explain to us this other way that blockchain is useful as a methodology, and AI, how it interacts?
All right. So what Bitcoin this is how everything started around blockchain, right? What Bitcoin basically showed to the world is that you can transmit value through the digital world, not just information, but also value. And that value can also be not just cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, but data. And that data, basically, because you are keeping that in the blockchain, you can trust it. You have different ways to specifically verify that that data that you are keeping in the blockchain is data that you can trust. And that is the important piece of that technology that Bitcoin showed to the world, that you can robust a lot of processes that in the digital world you can't. Everything that happened with internet is also an IT protocol, right? But it wasn't built thinking about security. It wasn't built about thinking that the data that you will be putting there, you need to be able to use it in very different ways that could be for good or for bad. Blockchain has been built to just be sure that the data you are keeping there is secure and you can trust it, because you have a mechanism to basically verify that the data that you have put in the blockchain can be trusted. So from that point of view, as artificial intelligence is built or is using data to interact, to learn, to basically operate, that is a great way, or what we think is going to be the convergence between blockchain and artificial intelligence. When we think about cars, right, autonomous cars, you need somewhere to put some data that will not be hackable, or that will allow these devices to talk to each other. That is what this kind of foundational technology like blockchain came through, where you can put this data, so all these machines that they need to be using it for their own operating systems, they can trust. So basically, this is how that is going to work in the future.
Okay, thank you, Luis. I hope that all of this has opened a little bit some space for thought. And before we go for questions of the audience, because we won't have the time for an open emerging discussion between the experts, that we can do outside with any one of you, I would like Jordi to close this round of questions to tell us, as having experience of working with large and small companies on the understanding of their teams, of this convergence between artificial intelligence and machine learning with other disciplines. So what have you learned? What do they really grasp? How do they really understand? So can you share this with us? Thank you.
Sure. So we have the privilege of having work still with companies that are early adopters of these technologies, and they are already having these palpable benefits of being in this digital transformation. So without any doubt, machine learning is eating this business decision-making world. So, and not only in companies that are data-centric, but also in other sectors, sorry, like industrial processes in manufacturing or human resources. So concerning these different disciplines, for example, in the IoT, we see that there are low-hanging...
Internet of Things, IoT.
Yeah, sorry. So low-hanging fruits waiting from processes to be sensorized. So once this is done, I see applications, use cases like predictive maintenance based on digital twins, which are almost deep learning, and also applications using blockchain and smart contracts for the optimization of supply chain. In terms of cybersecurity, for example, I think we are already there. There are a lot of applications of deep neural networks applied for network traffic anomaly detection. Embedding techniques have been used for characterization of attacks using the logs of infected computers. What I think is there are also sectors like marketing or customer service that are looking forward this emerge with language processing, also in the cognitive, especially in the cognitive part, I would say. And finally, just said something about quantum computing. What I see is the far away to see the practical applications, but once would be there, I see a huge impact, and of course, will accelerate the machine learning. But to my knowledge, I think that it's the other way around now, that they are using machine learning for stabilizing processes, so it's also a round trip there.
Okay, so I think that we have reached the end, and we don't have the time for a second round of the pre-emerging discussion, because we only have, according to the clock, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So please, we would like to welcome questions from the audience.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, yeah, hi. Well, thank you very much. It's been very useful. Just a quick question. It's very clear that big battle is going on around the world between two superpowers, China and the United States, with respect to these technologies. Big bets in two big things, in terms of people and resources, quantum, and the other one is AI. $24 billion being invested a year by China on ensuring there's superiority over time. Any insights with respect to how this is going to evolve eventually and how that's going to be tackled to ensure that there's not just ownership by two countries in the world around these key technologies?
Anyone want to answer? I'll take the question. It is a very good question. I mean, there are very good books in the recent literature, and I think that Mr. Fu Li has a wonderful book about the... Kai Fu Li has a wonderful book about these two superpowers, China and the US. I think that what timidly Europe has set for a budget for artificial intelligence for the European community is peanuts.
1 billion?
Yeah. So I don't foresee, but China being the lead, as long as I can, maybe predict with all my errors in mind. I think that we can try to position ourselves in lateral domains so that, because China is very good now in verticalizing all the way into the commercial, all the way down, verticalizing certain specific competencies that are very special, okay, that is our niche, and for which Europe could be positioned well, because we have a very well-trained research machinery and a very well-trained university machinery. But we have to enter diversity there. We have to improve the proposition of women working in those fields also, because there's a lot to contribute by women on those fields at the same time, not only being Latvia and the 3 or 4 countries where women overcome numbers in science above men. So I think that being open to gender diversity into the creativity that can bring into the artificial intelligence new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things, and being there. We have to be there, even with a low budget. But I don't see how we can overcome China in the century to come, unfortunately. Okay.
So if I can say something, for the quantum computer, for instance, I think we lost the race, or we are going to lose it, okay? Because we don't have the capabilities in Europe to compete against companies like Google or Microsoft that are making huge investments. But I think there are other opportunities, like now, if you think about standard computers, software is at least as important as hardware. And let's say software for quantum computers, this is cheap. You only need creativity, as you said. So I think Europe can try to be leading in this sense, like having good programs that you will have to run on the quantum computers made by others, of course. But I think there are also opportunities in this direction.
I was going to say, as well as that, is the data, because the data that you're using can bias the output of the artificial intelligence. So that's what I thought it was really interesting, what you said about diversity. That's something that can come from Europe, but maybe not that much from places like China. So I think that's where we can play a very important role.
It's a good point.
And just to underline the point, on the side of cybersecurity, I think that creativity is really the key word, because, is creativity on the way that you can use to attack, and it is creativity on the way that you can use to defense. So I think that in this piece of technology where we can really do the difference, and we can also do the difference as women with our creativity into this kind of industry and thinking in a different way.
Any more questions? So let's give a big applause to these experts, and thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Regina.
Lucido?
Excellent. Thanks a million, folks. Thanks for sharing. Thank you, Regina. Excellent. Thank you so much. Cheers. Right, folks. So another unique perspective in terms of what's happening around data protection. If you're coming in, going out, please do so swiftly. We have our next conversation happening. Amazing to see how artificial intelligence is touching every single type of discipline, sector, area, operations, technologies, multiple applications. Thanks, guys. Please make your way in and out swiftly as you're shifting from stage to stage. We have a bunch of different topics happening all over the summit this morning, and here we're going to continue with advanced technologies. In our next session, we're continuing the discussion on data, and then we're moving into some verticalized data topics. We're going to be looking at mobility and advances in mobility, and also in travel, and impact of data-driven strategies in the travel and mobility sectors. So almost set for the next panel. Thanks, guys. If we could ask you to keep moving out backstage. If you want to network with any of the speakers, continue the conversation, please do so at the back of the room. All of the speakers leave here at the back of the room that way. So instead of having them up here, you can catch them down the back. Right, folks, so we're going to continue on to our next track. Guys, shh, just on the backstage here, it's a little bit noisy. So if you can grab your seats, we're going to continue on the next conversation. It is with my great pleasure I get to introduce the next panel. This panel is all around data protection. Data protection, absolutely critical in terms of how we manage data, how we're using data, how we're building data-driven strategies. Trust, respect, transparency, I think with the consumer and the client, at the end of the day, is going to be critical in this sector. So this next discussion is going to address those issues directly. So it is my privilege to welcome to the stage Mar, por favor, from the Agency of Data Protection of Spain. We have Narcio from IMDEA, Jose Manuel from Bioline, and Peidzi from Cool Down Ventures. Thanks a million, folks, for being here.
Thank you, everybody. And I would like to thank the South Summit organization for this important event and for inviting the agency to be present here. I feel that there is a very big, important connection between data protection and all the startups and all the innovation that we are living in our country and in Europe after the GDPR. And I would like to transmit a very important message that innovation should be linked with the respect to data protection. It's a factor of quality and a factor of competence in the market if we are going to protect in every startups the right of privacy from all the clients. And first of all, I would like to introduce my folks here at this table. From my left is Narceo Ballina Rodriguez. He's an assistant research professor at Indea Networks and also has an appointment as research scientist at the networking and security team at the International Computer Science Institute in Berkeley, California, and is a co-founder of AppCensus. He obtained his PhD at the University of Cambridge in 2014, and his research has been awarded with Best Paper Awards at prestigious peer review conferences. I'm not going to mention all of them. And his work in the mobile security and privacy domain has directly influenced significant policy changes and security improvements in the Android platform. We have been collaborating together from the agency, and I know that he's a reference. He has presented his work in non-academic events, including privacy and regulatory forums, and international media outlets like the Washington Post, the New York Times, Financial Times, Wired, Ars Technica, and El País have covered Narceo's research findings. José Manuel, who is in the middle, is CEO and founder of BuyOnline. His company has expertise in applying artificial intelligence to business, helping companies deepen their customers' knowledge to improve and customize their value proposition and to optimize their operations. His training as a mathematician, his experience as a consultant at Accenture, and his 20 years working in business intelligence in different Spanish banks have allowed him to provide his company with a team with great expertise in translating real business needs into AI algorithms, which predict the behavior of people and machines. Passionate about technology and human relations, he believes that the most important factor to help companies in their digital transformation is the human contribution, not only to manufacture the technology, but above all to help interpreting and making proper and sustainable use of AI. And the last is Pei Shi Liu. I hope to pronounce correctly.
That's fine, yeah,
Thank
perfect.
you. He considers herself a world citizen. She was born in Paris, grew up in Taiwan, studied in Belgium, and ever since has worked international sales and business development. After 18 years of experience in international sales, Pei developed human and professional skill sets that empower her to become a business consultant, facilitating business developments and partnerships building between Asia and Europe companies. Recently, attracted by the potentials of exports, the most fast-growing entertainment industry, she co-founded and serves as CEO of Cooldown Ventures Limited and acquired the UK leading sports organization Bex Gaming. Apart from supporting players and teams to grow, Cooldown Ventures is designing unique entertainment projects and providing consultancy service to brands that wish to effectively reach out to millennials and Gen Z demographics through sports. So I feel very honored to have such a high talent being with me and supporting me. And I will give a very brief speech about what's the goal and the functions of the Spanish Data Protection Authority, which are the opportunities that data protection provides for new business initiatives, and which are the guides and the tools where we would like to help all the international startups that are here present. Data protection can be approached from many perspectives. One is the legal perspective, and everybody knows the GDPR, who's become in force since almost 2 years. And there is also a regulatory and punitive perspective. I know that we are very well known for the fines, and now the GDPR can fine if a client or a public administration don't respect this fundamental right from 0 to 20 million, is too much, and from 2 to 4% of all the global income of that business. But since I've been working in the Spanish agency for more than 4 years, and right now, I've been working and focusing very much, trying to help and to support talent and innovation in our country to balance the respect for these human rights. And one of the mantras for the GDPR is the privacy by default and privacy by design, and trying to help the respect of this data as a factor of competition in the market. I feel that we should change from this traditional approach from fines and punitions to a more modern and innovative approach. The data protection and startups should be a professional opportunity, and it's a field for the development of technological innovation that should be based in the quality of the products. At present, there is a vacuum that must be filled, and doing so requires company with the capacity to analyze and audit application from a privacy perspective, that develop new tools to do that analysis, which involves the development of technological product, but also the development of new guides and even new specific audit standards for privacy, that could develop also libraries that implement the principles of privacy by default and from design that I already said, and that produce innovative solutions to the challenges of disruptive technologies like Internet of Things, automatic decisions, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchains, etc. Such encryption systems, hash anonymization strategies, new control and traceability methods for personal information, for example. Okay, I would like only to focus on the most important points where the agency can help. During my mandate, the new Evaluation and Technological Studies unit has been set up, and I offer the help. We are going to launch a special microsite in our webpage, especially to help startups' innovation products to be built from the design and from the beginning with the respect of data protection. And there is from now, there is a specific area that has been created to group together all the material relating to guides and tools, and some of them are in English. I will relate it afterwards. It's amazing, the synchronicity. This building is in the Angela Robles Street, and we have created and we have launched a new award, the Angela Robles Award, with the aim of awarding development of an original, creative, or innovative business activity, product, or service with a social impact in relation to data protection. I invite you to present our candidatures if you wish that you will have that feeling, because the update will finish in November 15, and the priority is focused on all the activities relating to the management of the risks of and solutions to disruptive technologies which cover special data categories or process considered high risk. We have developed some studies, and guides, and I will give you, sorry, because I don't want to forget any of them, just the example of the guides and tools that we have translated in English in our website is aepd.es. KAI anonymity as a privacy measure, guide on personal data breach, guide on drones and data protection, access to application on the screen for Android devices, user controls for app personalization on Android, survey about pre-installed apps in Android and privacy risks, analysis of information flows in Android, tools for compliance with accountability, and survey on device fingerprinting. And our commitment with our social responsibility, corporative commitment, and with the to help private markets trying to implement good startups, trying to promote them in our country. Just to finish, I would like to focus on that it's perfectly compatible to implement and startups with the respect of these fundamental rights. And I offer the help of the agency if we can make some link or some kind of cooperation to strengthen these important solutions in the market. And now, if I order my papers, yeah, I have some questions for the members of the table. The first one are for Narceo. What's needed for the creation of a sustainable environment for the development of mobile applications that respect privacy? And what kind of new private initiatives should be taken in the startup sector?
Okay, but first of all, I would like to say that it's an honor to be here, and I would like to thank Mark for the invitation. It's a very interesting question in reality because, every single individual in our society has a mobile device, right? And this is the first thing that we probably check in the morning as we wake up, and the last thing that we check before going to bed. And that has actually created a bunch of very innovative business models, right? Since 2008, when it was the date in which the iPhone was released. The problem is that all this ecosystem that has been born around the mobile devices was somehow using personal data as the unicorn blood to create all those multi-billion companies, right? And the problem is now that this is actually, we are in the middle of a change in our society in which people are becoming more aware of privacy issues, right? Probably we wouldn't have been in that position if it were not for the Snowden cases or the scandal or because of the Cambridge Analytica case. But somehow people are trying to be more aware about the fact that the mobile device is the perfect spying machine. It has sensors to interact with the environment. It has the capacity to know with whom you speak or how, even if you have if you're cheating your couple or whatever, right? It's like they have the capacity to infer all that. So first of all, the developers need to start to realize that there will be an impact, not only in terms of economic fines through because of the lack of compliance, but also that there will be a reputational issue, right? So they have to start to be more aware of how to be more protective of users' privacy. And for that, I think that this has to be a radical change since the beginning at the time of creating a company or a product, because it's no longer OK to say that, yeah, privacy and security will come after. First, I will develop my business model. So it requires somehow changing the culture. And I don't know how it's going to happen in reality. Probably training developers, training in the business schools, probably teaching that privacy is important, because in reality, privacy and innovation can go hand by hand, right? Now there are more companies that are also providing privacy enhancing tools like Brave, to mention one, right? And they're actually been quite successful in that area. So it doesn't have to actually come at the cost of innovation.
I totally agree. And our National Survey Statistic Institute launched a survey, and they say the conclusion was that 8 out of 10 of our Spanish citizens are worried about their data protection right. And my second question for you, Narceo, is from your perspective, what exactly do entrepreneurs need to know about threats to privacy on mobile applications?
Well, first, they have to understand the value of privacy by design, right? This is key. And again, that's related with my previous answer. You have to change completely the processes within the company to achieve that. But based on my research work, I will say that the main issue, especially in the mobile domain, is the integration of third-party SDKs or software development kits. This is basically something that, as a startup, makes a lot of sense, right? Because you probably want to monetize your application through advertisements, or you want to understand how your users are behaving and interacting with the app. The problem is that this is somehow like the Hansel and Gretel tale. You should not accept cookies from a stranger, or sorry, candies from strangers. To some extent, you need to understand that you're liable for whatever those third-party components are doing in your applications, because both Android and iOS have a limitation, which is that when you give, or when you as a user grant access to a permission to a given application developer, all those third-party SDKs that are embedded in the application have the same access to the same data, right? And the user is not aware of that. And typically, the developer is not even aware of what are the practices of those SDKs once they are integrated. So that somehow requires more a transparency effort, perhaps from an independent source that will say, this is actually in compliance and or not. On the other hand, self-regulation is not really working. We have done an analysis of the privacy issues on children applications in the US. There is probably, this is the only strict law about privacy in the US, right? You cannot collect any personal data from kids without parental consent. And we found that around 60% of the applications on Google Play that are targeted at children are not complying with the law. And even though the developers have to acknowledge that they understand the law and that they are actually complying with the law. still, this is another evidence that without enforcement and without any kind of external monitoring, this is not going to happen because probably the developers do not have the right incentives as well to comply with regulation.
I totally agree. I feel that we have to work together. Yeah. And now I would like to introduce some questions to Jose Manuel Narciso. In your current activities, you need to extrapolate new information from data sets. What are the main barriers you find when bringing innovation through mass data processing?
First of all, thanks very much for your introduction, Mar. To put the situation in context, we have the startups here trying to innovate, trying to get to market with some innovative products. And then we've got the big corporations here trying to find practical knowledge or practical application to those technologies they are talking about, or hearing about, like AI or blockchain or whatever, without really knowing sometimes what they really mean for their businesses. So matching is difficult. We have very different companies, very different interests. So there are many barriers to that matching. But for example, size barriers. Sometimes big corporations are afraid to work with small companies just in case they may disappear or they might be bought by another companies, which might even be their competitors or whatever. But from a technological perspective, I think one of the main barriers the startups have got to get to the big corporations is the reluctancy on the part of the corporates to put their data on the clouds. Startups need to work on clouds, on cloud computing. It's a necessity for them. Basically, because two main reasons. One, security. The big clouds made by the big vendors like Microsoft or Amazon are much, much safer environments, computing environments and storage environments than any startup might build on their own means, right? And the second is the access to very great storage and computing capacity at a very reasonable price on those clouds, so that many startups may use very big machines that would cost them around 2 million, 3 million euros if they had to buy them. Of course, they cannot afford that. And they can use them under a pay-per-use scheme, which is quite affordable for them, and they can translate that value to their customers, to the big corporations. Right? So for those reasons mainly, I think the startups must work on cloud computing. And the big corporations are afraid of putting their data on those clouds because the fear, of course, is around some third parties, some external agents, none without permission to access their data, to access them. Of course, they are valuing their potential reputational cost for them.
Yeah, I feel totally that you're right. Yeah, and how do you think different stakeholders can collaborate to help break through those barriers? It means what innovation opportunities, new products or services you could identify in your daily working?
Okay, that's a good question because we know there are barriers and it is difficult to deal with that barriers. From my perspective, the regulatory bodies like the AEPT should play a very important role on that matching of interests and needs. For example, from the corporate perspective, the regulatory bodies could provide training or provide information on a regular basis with one objective, which should be that the corporates lose their fear to work with third parties working on their data, to put their data on the cloud, being able to match that with the compliance with legality. Maybe from the startup perspective, I should say I was impressed by the initiative I understood you were talking about, a startup from the AEPD, startup-oriented website, right? Which is a good initiative. That kind of initiatives I think should have the objective of helping the startup companies to build their solutions with the highest possible level of achievement of compliance with legality. Also help them to demonstrate to the big corporations that they are, in fact, achieving that high level of compliance. And even could be thought about even a technical advisement or assessment from maybe working on different real business cases on the main two big platforms that we have got for working.
I assume the challenge, and I commit myself to offer some kind of training to startups as soon as I could, because my team is overwhelmed. And for example, we have launched a tool for SMEs that treat basic data that is called Facilita, and it gives you by free the main requirements from the GDPR. So I will try to adapt only for basic data. If there is an app with sensitive data, we should think in more complicated requirements. But I would like to adapt that Facilita tool for SMEs to our startups, and it would be one of our priorities for this time. And now I have questions for PC Liu. You have got the experience, so how can a startup contribute to the sustainability of rights and freedom that GDPR wants to achieve?
Well, I think from the personal, understanding of GDPR, I think it's at the lowest level of GDPR. The philosophy is for me, it's more a business ethic thing, right? For example, my startup, we don't do data processing. Okay, so I'm very honored to be invited here to give my opinion. So we don't do data processing, but we do, as a company or all my employees, we do our best to protect the contact information of all our partners. So I think that's the lowest level that you should go, right? But then when we come to, because technology is evolving, there's a lot of smart companies here to do a lot of innovation solutions. So I think, in my personal opinion, I think what GDPR can do, or what startups can do, is kind of copying the example of open innovations that I heard on the 1st of October, that there was a forum here. I think governmental body today hasn't been very successful to be very close with the industry. And the image sometimes, the GDPR image today might be like you're the police kind of image, And so I think a lot of startups look at GDPR more like a blocker, but not an enhancer. Yeah. But coming from a startup point of view, and also as a business consultant, I've always have a lot of business idea in my life. When you have this kind of difficult situation, I think it's where there's the most opportunity, as business builder. So I do think that there's a lot of opportunity that startups can look for needs, how to help GDPR to have a better branding, or how we can include it in the educational program, to have children understanding what is the importance of GDPR. So from very young ages, you can embed this in your philosophy and then carry this on. When you grow up, and then we are talking about the future of startup owners, maybe. So you already have this. Of course, it's a very long process, but I think I personally don't. Of course, I think there's a lot of improvement that we need to do, so the startup doesn't feel that they are challenged by GDPR, but more that they actually can find opportunity in GDPR.
Yeah. I agree, and I would like to say, I know that everybody identified the agency as a police, but I promise that I have been 4 years working in prevention and trying to launch tools to enforce and to help our SMEs and our talent. I am very proud of looking at these young people that are so innovative, so creative, and one of the things that I think that we have succeeded is that in the Spanish data protection law that became in force last December, we achieved for the first time in our democracy that it would be an obligation now for all the autonomous community to teach about the responsible use of internet and social networks. So I am very proud of it, and I feel that now our students, but it will be our future and our talent, and I feel that they will incorporate in their genes these rights. And my last question, as a startup owner, what would you need as tools that can help you stay GDPR compliant?
Well, I think the agency, well, in Spain that I know a member of the agency, so we talk regularly, and so I have a bit more understanding on what agencies are building as tools to help startup. But I think very often a governmental body creates good tools or good policies, but sometimes you're not very good in selling it. Yeah. Or communicating it. So a lot of websites or link that Louise sent me, actually I've never, if I don't actively look for them, I will not know that they exist. So I think as a startup, I mean, a lot of the audience will relate to that a life of a startup owner, basically you fight every day to get more money, right? So all your energy is focused on that. So everything which is outside that, it doesn't really feel, you don't really feel concerned. And you try, your minimum to do them. So I think GDPR or a lot of other policies are in the same thing. I believe that you need to communicate better or to brand it, because I think governmental bodies normally don't think about branding themselves because we're the government, you know us, why do we need to do the branding? But branding is a part of your, I think governmental bodies should also have a small service of, like sales and marketing communication. So you actually can go into the life of people so people can, when we need you, we can easily find you. Yeah. We don't need to spend too much time. Yeah. Or creating tools like a directory. For example, I think a lot of startups will need to know who can help me to know what GDPR really is. It's my constant concern, my company is concerned or not. And if my company is concerned, who can help me to be compliant, and how can I achieve that? Yeah. So I think there's a lot of things we can still do.
Yeah. We have invested a lot of time trying to communicate all the tools that we have implemented, but it's right that we have too much to do. And for example, it's the first time that the Spanish Data Protection Agency is present here, and I feel that it's very important because if we are not close to talent, it would be impossible to hear and to meet a meeting point. To help us each other. So I think it would be very interesting. And I ask you for your help. What are the most important issues that you will need from the agency to launch? And we will speak afterwards so we can make some links on some kind of cooperation. And our priority is not to find you. It's to help you and contribute from the design that you're not going to have a data breach and you will lose all your clients. That's the most important thing, and to support our bright talent in our country. So thank you so much for all of your contribution to the market, to the talent, and to the audience also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Smart. Excellent. Thanks a million, guys. Thanks, Martin. We're delighted you're here at South Summit as well. Of course, super important point and topic. Thanks, folks. I'll let you take a step. Really important to have the agencies here, of course. I think we need to figure out these policies together, particularly with the innovation community. A super important conversation. I don't know if anybody of you has actually seen the Cambridge Analytica documentary on Netflix, which is a pretty interesting insight to when it all goes wrong in terms of who has your data and try to audit data and what people are doing. So a fascinating topic, and delighted to have you guys here to join us. Moving swiftly along for the next one, there's a bunch of people standing at the back. If you want to move out quickly and grab some seats up here at the front, and we'll swiftly move along to the next conversation. So all morning we've been looking at advanced technologies, what it means for innovation, for corporations, for the agencies, for the regulation. How are we going to deal with it? And now we're shifting gears slightly, pun intended, because we're now moving into the travel tech section, starting off with mobility. We're lucky to have 5 giants of the mobility space here with us on the next conversation, talking about designing a new future service of mobility for the ecosystem and for the market. So delighted to welcome on stage, please, Isa from Indra, Carolina from Siemens Mobility, Christina from Renfe, Nicolas from Sintra, and Ivan from Porsche. Folks, stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all for coming. Let's start this conversation. I will do a brief introduction about what we are going to talk now. We are going to talk about mobility as a service, and I would like to focus on 3 key aspects, okay? I would like to talk about the stakeholders, how companies are being transformed in order to be able to offer mobility as a service, new business models. I would like to talk also about technologies, because we need to talk about integrating mobility services. We need to talk about developing mobility platforms. And the third one, I would like to talk how we face, from different points of view, how we face these new challenges in our companies, okay? So I would like to start with Nicolas. You know Nicolas, the digital hub, cities, satellites, Wondo, etc. Ferrovial has been evolving his business from the traditional mode to new ways of offering mobility services. So I would like to know, from your point of view, which are the key aspects for succeeding in this kind of company transformation?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think in any business, you have always to look for 3 things. One is that you're in a growing sector. The second one, that it's sophisticated so that that there is room for efficiency. And the third one is that you have the capabilities to take advantage of that room for efficiency. Now, when you look at the mobility business, I think it's obvious that it has exponential growth. I think it is sophisticated. It has room for efficiency. And the key question is whether or not you have the capabilities to take advantage of those room for efficiency. So you were mentioning a number of companies in which we are investing and we are developing, and you have to look at that in that perspective. What are we doing from Ferrovial? We are trying to anticipate the future of mobility, trying to understand how people will move, what new business opportunities are going to arise from that anticipation. Secondly, which are going to be the key capabilities to play a role and take advantage of those business opportunities. And third, how can we develop those capabilities if we have them in-house, and how can we get those capabilities if we don't have them? So you look at those companies, like Wondo is a mobility platform, Cities, car sharing service, Satellites is a toll road, it's an application, a mobile phone application to pay toll roads. All of them have the similar approach. First of all, they are businesses that tend to make sense in themselves. We are not a charity. We try to make money out of what we do. But most importantly as well, they help us developing internal capabilities that we believe will be key to take advantage of those coming opportunities. And also, they help us understanding how mobility is evolving. Through those kind of activities, we are getting to better understand. If we understand better, we will be able to anticipate. If we anticipate ahead of our competitors, we believe we will have a better access to those opportunities.
And now, Christina, from the point of view of Renfe, when you analyze what's going on mobility platforms, you see that all platforms trying to offer door-to-door services. So it means that the more services that you have integrated into the platform, the more possibilities has the platform to succeed. So from your perspective, from Renfe perspective, how do you face this challenge? I mean, how are you going to make Renfe evolve from a traditional transport operator to a service platform provider?
Well, thank you for inviting me. And, well, you mentioned one concept that is very important for us, and is the platform has to be global. All the mobility companies are welcome in this platform. The more companies that is integrated in our platform, the more our customer will have the possibilities to choose of all the variety. And the other question that is to evolve our company. We have our companies, we are in transport sector, we are a railway company, and we have all the knowledge of centuries how people move. And on the other hand, we have technology, and they help us to do this platform, this mobility platform, and this will help us with this mobility platform to do this digitalization transformation that we are.
Okay, thank you so much. Ivan from Porsche. In the new mobility scenarios, you see that traditional roles as client, partner, competitor, they are already changed. They are changing every day, and many new actors are coming into the playground. So from your point of view, how do you expect it has to be the role of car manufacturers?
Yeah, well, thank you for inviting me.
It's All Summit who's inviting.
Yeah. The automotive industry is changing very fast. It's well known in the next 5 years we will have more changes than the changes we have during the past 50 years. So the roles are changing a lot. It's not exactly in our case because we are a luxury company also, and we expect to keep our role in the industry. So it's still small, but still generating revenues and benefits in a very high profile. I can see a future where car manufacturers became not only car manufacturers, but services providers, offering mobility as a service, offering new business model to customers, but also changing in the way they will merge and cooperate with other car manufacturers. But not only car manufacturers, but maybe Google, Apple, and tech suppliers, in the way we need to change our mindset and create solutions, not only products, to adapt to a changing world. In the other hand, the world is changing very fast, not only on the behavior of the people, but also we are living in an energy revolution. So probably, I'm not sure, but looks like petrol will go down somehow, and electric solar power generation will go up, probably. On the other hand, we have the pollution issue. We need to cut the CO2 emissions. So everything together will make car manufacturers change in not only 10 years or 20 years, but 5 years' time.
Okay, thank you. Carolina from Siemens, you know that actually in the transport world, we are continue seeing that our clients, our competitors, they want their own app, their own payment system, their own platform. But also our clients are talking always about, we want open systems, we don't want proprietary technologies, we want our platform. It seems that we are going to a scenario where we will have the platforms of platforms. So in all this chaos, how companies like yours or mine can help improve in this situation?
Yeah, I think whenever we are speaking, and you all mentioned that, whenever we are speaking about designing the future of mobility, I think it is a high time that we start forgetting like the current players and the current technologies and start thinking what the passenger wants. If you think like what is right now, the mobility experience is pretty much staccato. You have a different machine, like depending if you are like what kind of train you are taking. You have different applications, like you're using different apps. Imagine that like Netflix is sending you to another website because you want to watch comedy. You would say like, it doesn't make sense. But this is what we are doing with mobility. And I strongly believe that that's something that we definitely need to rethink. And the platform economies like came in every single other sector. No, it came like with Booking.com. It came with flights. But look at that. It was not Lufthansa that built Skyscanner. It is not like the Hyatt chain that like built Booking.com. These were startups. And why they did it? Because they had a better solution. They were closer to the market. They were better in anticipating customer needs and also changing customer needs. And I think that that's why, obviously, strong companies, we have technological power in order to do it. But we need to be better prepared in order to anticipate and estimate like the changing customer needs. So we at Siemens, we bought one startup from Germany that has been selected as one of the most innovative companies by MIT, because we knew that this is exactly the expertise that they had in mobility as a service that we were missing internally in order to really build something outstanding. Because in order to have like one dominating platform, at the end of the day, this will be passengers that will decide. And they will pick something which is outstanding on the market. So that's why like everybody is right now asking the question, how can I create something truly outstanding to passenger?
That's true. Thank you so much. Nicolas, one more question. How Sintra is preparing its infrastructure assets in order to be a leading player in the scenario of mobility as a service?
Well, I said before that we try to look ahead, first of all. No? So let me give you a very brief summary of what we see coming, and I think matches very much what has been said here. There are two very important trends that are happening out there, the technological trend and the social trend. Technologically, in the mobility, we're seeing the shared mobility, which should not be called shared because really it's one user after the other. We're seeing the ride-hailing, we're seeing the autonomous cars coming, all that bringing affordability of use and easiness of use. What we are seeing right now when we look at how cities are evolving after 5 or 6 years of ride-hailing is a dramatic exponential increase in congestion. Some of the owners of Uber, he was saying that it was going to be the solution to urban congestion, rather the opposite. It's dramatically increasing. The social trends that we see coming, certainly sustainability, that's very important right now. Affordability has always been there, but there are new trends, for example, immediacy. Young generations want immediacy. A high frequency of movement. People move much, much more than before. You want something personalized to your case. On all that together, what is again reinforcing the idea that mobility is increasing dramatically, demand is increasing dramatically, and the offer we are giving those people willing to move is certainly going up, but it's not going to cope with that dramatic increase in demand. So what we see coming is there is a transformation in the cities coming. That transformation is going to be holistic. It's going to be global. You mentioned the globality of it. It's going to require companies that are multi-skilled, that are that play new roles in all that development. And there's a very important element there is that it is going to require investments today, and very few people are looking at who is going to pay for the party. Someone will have to pay for the party. And at the end of the day, it may end in solutions type London or Stockholm or Milan or Singapore, where people will have to pay to access, for example, in their cars, and the cities and so on. And that will create a long-term revenue, not an immediate revenue. So we do see a role we can play, not only on providing mobility, on developing more of these ideas that we are already developing, but as well, at the end of the day, Ferrovial is a company that invests on the long term in infrastructure. We believe there is a lot of infrastructure that needs to be done, and there's a need to invest, and that's where we see our role.
Okay, perfect. Christina, we've been talking about mobility platforms, and I think that we agree all that it's really important for the success of the platform that there's the option to contract the service and pay the service through the platform. So Renfe already has a platform. You have a booking and payment system already, mainly for rail tickets. You have other services integrated, but it's mainly for rail. So in this context, how do you expect Renfe will be able to take advantage of this leading position and what's coming on the next months and years to make this scale on a bigger scenario?
Well, you've mentioned the payment, and it's important, and we decide that in our future platform, we will have all included, and it doesn't make any sense that the customer, when do the payment, has to go out of this app and then come back. So it's very important for the user experience that everything is included in this platform. And answering your question about how scale Renfe, Renfe has already customers in all the mainly cities, but we want to reach not only the big city, but also the small cities. All of them has to be included in this platform. And in order to scale this, it's not only inner transportation and inner mobility of the city, but also intercities. We have to make them a solution that it's all included. The mobility in the inner city and the mobility in intercities. And what's coming on in the next month, I invite you to be in this pilot. It's a proof of concept that we are doing with IOMOB. IOMOB is our startup that is working in TrendLab. It's an incubator of startups in Renfe. And we are doing a door-to-door Madrid-Barcelona. And we will have a landing page you can go in and try to we'll pick up to 500 candidates of these people that want to be testers of this new app, and we want you to be in.
Okay, we will try.
And for the coming years, in 2020, we would like to launch our own platform. That it will be different modules in this platform. It's the planner. It will be one module. Other is the ticketing and payment. Other the CRM, the customer relationship management, and the integration with all providers. So all these modules plug in this platform.
Thank you so much. Now, from a different perspective, Renfe is going to try to arrive to everybody. Yeah. And now, Porch, I would like to ask Ivan, in this new ecosystem where it seems that we are going to be able to consume close to everything as a service, where Porch expects to be? I mean, you are, let me say, a luxury mobility option.
Yeah.
So just reserved for a few ones, how do you expect to be in the next scenario? Which will be your role?
Yeah. We expect to keep on leading the smart mobility industry, but keeping our values, which are sport car manufacturer and exclusivity. To keep this goal, we need to keep on pushing on our strategy, long-term strategy. Our long-term strategy is not only manufacture the best cars, sport cars and luxury cars, but also create the new business models needed. Not only selling cars, but we are experiencing some new business model, like Porsche Passport, which is a mobility as a service. So you pay a fee, and you don't have to own a car, but you can use a car every day in a month, and you can choose which model you prefer every week. So, and this is only a part of the project we are running to keep on leading the smart mobility area. we also need to transform the way we are working, not only with our supplier and customers, but with the innovation ecosystem. For instance, this strategy is running very fast. In the next 7 to 10 years, we'll adapt to the electric powertrain. So over 50% of our cars will be electric or hybrid. So new powertrain, new technology, new business models, new way of working close to the innovative ecosystem. So if we are able to keep on deploying our strategy, we will keep on leading the smart mobility of sport cars and luxury cars in the next over 70 years, because we are 70 years old nowadays.
So we would have a different port every single week.
If you pay a fee big enough.
We can talk later about the fee.
Sure, no problem. I have new customers.
Carolina, which barriers do you detect today for the implementation of the latest technologies in mobility sector, like mobile phone-based ticketing, check-in, check-out systems, etc.?
Yeah. So I think that it's really funny because I've been working in digitalization right now 10 years, and basically we are always speaking about barriers, right? Digitalization, there is no one single sector that digitalization came and it has been accepted from day one. So it's absolutely normal that you have some adoption time, right? So it doesn't mean that like it's not applicable, it doesn't work. Even electricity arrived to like the last household first after 30 years. So it's absolutely normal. The automatic ticketing, I don't know, like if you know it, we have it in our portfolio, which is a kind of a solution that will allow you to pay for the ticket. It will recognize once you're entering the train or like the bus. Once you're leaving, it will just like charge automatically. It will just like pick what is the best option for you. Nevertheless, I mean, like first of all, I would love to use that, but it's not available in many cities, because right now cities, whenever they are right now upgrading their ticketing system, they are thinking about Oyster card. They are thinking about models like in Hong Kong, like in London, right? So for them, it is the reference of like how to upgrade it. So very often the system is simply not available. The second one is, if you look at the highways, right, there is like always this automatic tolling, which like some people like use it and love it because there is no line. And still, some people, for whatever reason, prefer to wait and pay cash, right? Although they have a delay and so on, because they're afraid of data, they don't trust the system. We have a little bit concern, and I think that it's absolutely human, so we need to gain some more trust with everything what is automatic, with automatic payments, right? Like that's why it doesn't really still exist in supermarkets. So I think that like this is like the second barrier. So first, it's not available. Second, like we have some objectives. And then like the third is also like, okay, how do you want to do the coexistence of different payment systems? Because look at those that decide not to have a phone, right? Which I think the upper class perhaps in the future will decide not to have phones, so like not to leave so much digital footprint. Those that are too young or perhaps like underprivileged to own the phone, those that are traveling to another city and like simply do not have the application. How do you want to make sure that you can have coexistence of different payment methods without using the benefits of, for example, the automatic ticketing? So I think that there are still some challenges because it's innovation, but it doesn't really mean that it won't come. It will come a little bit later, and we need to start progressing. My observation is that like normally Europe is a little bit late. Who is really progressing very quickly with that? Or like new cities, no? Like just like Dubai, or like small cities, or like small countries like Singapore. So they are normally stronger in adopting digitalization and new innovative solutions.
You touched one point that I wanted to ask open to all of you, but it's really important, the last point when you say, how are we going to do to be able not to live out of this ecosystem the people with low techie profile? Maybe because they don't know how to use it, or maybe because they don't want to use that. Do you have any ideas, or how are we going to manage this in the future?
Yeah, this is the big question.
Yeah.
You know, this group of people is suffering much more on the times we are living, where transformation is so fast. So there is a gap of people not included in the technology or not able to attach to the technology. And of course, I think we need to include in our strategies a few actions to include people with low attachment to technology.
I was going, the same line to say that we're talking to many different public authorities worldwide, mainly city authorities, and there's a common theme that comes into the table, and it's social equity. So at the end of the day, we're talking about developments that take place in cities that are somehow regulated. I think public authorities will be part of that to make sure that social equity is taken into account when developing these technologies.
As Renfe is a public company, we are really concerned, extremely concerned about all these people that has disabilities or whatever. And for example, the app has to be fully accessible for these people. And for example, we have thought that there are people that with this low technique profile will need, for example, a contact center or a call center that gives some advice how to use this app or to help them whatever they need. So we are thinking.
If I can add something, because I think, must drive? Okay, so I think that this is not only low-tech profile that we need to take into account, but also, as you mentioned, like people with disabilities. Like we have aging population, and we seem to plan the future of mobility for millennials, assuming that like we will only have millennials working. Like even like if you need to plan how do you want to switch from one transportation medium to the other, you will definitely take more time if you have if you're after hip replacement, right? And we will have population like aging population, so we need to prepare more so for their needs. People that are blind, people that that have fierce disabilities or whatsoever. So I believe that's why it already starts with customer insight generation, that we as companies, we need to make sure whenever we are making any test proof of concept, now you're planning Madrid, Barcelona, or like what we are doing like at Siemens and probably you as well, that we need to make sure that we include everybody in these customer groups, and we include everybody in the testing of our proof of concept. Otherwise, we have like this beautiful group. We test it with you guys. You all are like super tech-savvy profiles. Yeah, exactly. And we are like really getting amazing results. But the problem is like we need to really have a really representation of the true population in our customer insights groups.
So what it is clear that we still have many things to do.
Absolutely.
Time is over. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. And thank you, of course, South Summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Isa. Well done. Cheers. Thanks. Thanks a million. Thanks, guys. Super interesting insights. I loved what Carolina was talking about in terms of including all segments of society and different demographics in the population when we're thinking about mobility. Right, guys? You're going to want to stick around for this next one. But if you're moving out, go fast and let the others come in. People are grabbing seats. So we're going to stick with mobility. We're into our travel track. Next segment is talking about another area of mobility, particularly in the urban landscape. A huge theme around Summit this year has been the changing faces of cities and what's happening in the more densely populated areas. Make your way in, guys. Please grab your seats quickly. Quickly. We need a little one-way system here. Let's get the lanes going. Those who want to grab seats, there's loads of room up here in the front. And those heading to another stage, please make your way out quickly. Appreciate it. A couple of seats here as well. Some more up the front. Thank you for joining us. You're not going to want to miss the next conversation. It's a niche that has been taking over the world, particularly across European cities, Madrid included. We have a bunch of innovators sharing their vision for mobility, urban mobility in the city. We have an investor who's actively invested in the space to share their ideas. And we have one of the leading corporations out of Madrid who have huge innovation programs and have also invested in this space. So we're excited to land this topic. The next session, folks, for your attention is around micro-mobility. There's been a lot of different things changing the face of the city, but I think the electric scooters have had a massive, massive impact on Madrid and cities right across Europe and the world in recent years. So now we're going to hear directly about it and this trend and tendency from the companies directly involved. So please welcome me and giving a warm welcome to the stage for Hunab from Mobike, Caroline from Voy Technology, Alvaro from Lime, Paul Murphy from Northzone, and Javier from Mutua Madrileña. Thanks, guys, for being with us today.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be presenting and moderating this panel on micromobility, probably what we could be calling the future of our cities. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about how this micromobility is affecting in a positive way to the cities, how they are making them better already, and how could they make it better? What are the challenges preventing micromobility startups, which are very recent, from making it better? To introduce a little bit the challenge, which I think is very important, pollution, it's something that's very present. There is 4.2 million deaths in the world due to ambient air pollution. Most of this pollution in cities come from cars. There's a lot of congestion, and as we know, the ecosystems are breaking, and we have a global crisis. So this is what gave rise to this. I think it'll be very interesting to understand what you guys are doing towards that change, towards that very impactful change happening now in the cities.
Yeah, so I'm Caroline from Voy, and we launched our micromobility service, e-scooters, about a year ago in Stockholm, and I think exactly a year ago in Madrid, which was our second city. And the impact that it's had so far in the cities where we're live, 38 cities, is over 10 million rides in less than a year. I don't think that there's any other, industry right now that's growing as fast as the micromobility sector is. And what we can see and what we've been seeing from day one is that there's a huge demand for this new type of mobility. The cities get denser and denser. We can't fit the amount of cars that we're currently growing with today. So I think there's definitely a need for an alternative that you can combine with public transportation. And I think that micromobility is the solution to this.
Yeah, great. Definitely. So for you, Alvaro, you lead Lime in Spain. What is the impact actually in Spain? How is it going? What has it changed in Spain?
So I would say that in Spain, the main challenge that we have is still education. So education meaning helping our customers to understand where to park, how to deal with that. Safety is actually, we were discussing that before. It's actually has on average a lower impact than other means of transportation. And for us, one of the things that we are very honest with the city councils when we meet, and we say, okay, we're not the perfect solution for everything. We're a complement for the transportation that exists. So for us, public transport is still and has to be actually the dorsal spine of mobility, but still, we have ways to complement it. And as Caroline was mentioning, we also we've seen an unprecedented growth. So we've been working with scooters for around 2 years. We just hit last month 100 million rides. So it's something that not even Lyft or Uber took 4 years to do so. And this is just not something to brag, but just to be very focused on the actual the high demand that mobility comes with. And for us, when we need to do an effort towards mobility, towards being operational efficient, we don't want to just remove cars from the streets. What we want to say is that if there are cars, that they're full of people. If there's, we want 100% occupation in any vehicle that it's in the streets. Yeah. So we're fighting for that, and we need to look into imagine that this is like a working chain, and the bottleneck is not on the scooters actually; it's on the cars. You were mentioning before that there's the you know, the occupation of cars in the streets that take over 50% of the public transport, of the public space, and this is something that it's insane, to be honest.
Yeah. So it looks like micromobility and your solutions, you put them on the street, and people is using them from day zero. No, like that's quite impressive and quite encouraging, I would say, given the challenges that we have in cities. And maybe from an investor perspective, Paul, you guys have invested early on, actually, in the European scene in micromobility with TIER. How do you see this world? Why did you invest in micromobility, maybe?
Yeah, so first off, I think you should brag about that number. Both numbers, it's like insane. If you just sort of take any of those companies in isolation, compare it to other sort of venture-backed startups, and it's just off the charts. Nordstone is an early-stage fund, so we invest kind of Series A, sometimes Series B. What we look for are kind of macro trends, and we sort of step back and we said, okay, cities right now, I was saying earlier this week, there's about half of the world lives in cities right now, and that's going to go up to 2/3 in the next 25 years as the population grows from 7 billion to 10 billion. And already, I mean, I feel like I'm still recovering from my commute in from Madrid, inhaling all of the fumes. It was horrible. But you know, my daughter's commute in London is no better. She has to go down a road that's 4 times above the legal toxic limit, and she's 4 years old. So it's just it's actually just really messed up what we're putting our people through in cities. So we have complete conviction that that is going to change. Whether the politicians do it or not, the consumers are going to revolt. And eventually, they're going to demand different forms of transit to get around that are healthier and less impacting to the environment. So on that basis, we made an investment in TIER. We are looking at other players that are going to play a role in sort of reshaping these cities as well.
Super interesting. I think your particular case is quite interesting to me because you come from an insurance, no? At Mutua. You guys insure cars typically, or have been insuring cars until now, cars, motorbikes, the vehicles that probably these guys are trying to get off the road. And yet you have recently invested in Movo, and I believe Chippy as well, no? You were mentioning. Why the change? Why are you guys moving towards there?
Well, I mean, as we all agree, this is a trend that is coming. We don't know exactly how fast, but it's coming. And Mutua, as a car insurance mainly, is always trying to provide services to his customers, to users. Okay. So in this case, if cities are forbidden for cars, we need to provide something else to our customers. And in this case, micromobility seems like one of the first steps towards that path. So our interest here is not like pushing this industry, but at least be there for our customers.
Okay, very interesting. So I think clearly we agree that this is the future. I think most of the people agree that we need a change. In the world, the status is collapsing. The change is coming. The people is using it. But I don't think everything is as nice as this. No? So we still have a lot of challenges. You were mentioning 50% of the public space is used for car infrastructure. So how do we fit these vehicles in the city?
I think that's a very, very good question. And I think all of us working in micromobility also have, our industry also has its challenges from cluttering, for example, scooters in the street, taking up space, and as Alvaro mentioned, like educating of our users. And I think that that's something that we as an industry have to do kind of collaboratively, pushing for regulation in cities, such as licenses. We at Voi, we think that we should probably have 2 or 3 players in each city, and probably not 15 players. We need the cities to invest in parking space for our new types of vehicles, and we need a clear classification of what is an e-scooter really, what type of vehicle is it, so that our users also can easier understand how and where to use it. And I think in addition to pushing for regulation, we also need to educate our users in the best way possible, because we're putting a new vehicle out in the street that they might not know how to how to handle. So if anyone is interested, we actually have an online traffic school that you can take to become a certified, e-scooter rider.
You can get an e-scooter license.
Yes, only online though.
Okay, interesting. So how are the cities reacting? Like for me, that's another question. This is great, it needs to happen. Are the cities willing to make it happen?
I would say that it's pretty much tailor-made, so it really depends on the city. So there's the case of Spain, there's no national regulation. In Portugal, that we were speaking before, there's a clear example of how the city council is willing to collaborate. So it's a city that has actually given 600 spaces, like parking spaces, to any kind of micro-mobility partners. That includes also bikes and scooters. And that actually allows that within maximum 150 meters, you can find a parking spot. So that really helps to have the city much more tidy than it would be in other cases. So this is like, and they're also understanding the challenges. They know that it's a city that's willing to innovate, it's willing, and it's wanting to play ping pong with us, just like discussing ideas. And I think that's the way to go forward. Then another thing that is very important is like understanding and that's a very bold statement, but I would say that for me, like private cars, the way you're using them is like what tobacco was in the 80s. I was born in the 80s, and I was like actually, I was in the planes, and there was like people in front of me when I was like 3 years old, like smoking cigarettes, and that was absolutely fine. And that's something that we need to kind of also push the administrations to say, hey, this is not normal. It's like that there's right now, currently you were mentioning like this 4 million deaths. There's more people in Europe that die actually out of pollution cases than tobacco at the moment. So that's really the real health problem right now that we're facing is air pollution.
Yeah. So can you guys hear me? Hello? Yeah, good. So Javier, maybe one very interesting topic for me is how do we make people that has cars, people that is used to have these cars, transition to other alternatives, because we need the transitions. Certain cities want it, certain cities are figuring out how to do it, but I think generally it's not something they are against. I would say what they are against is the speed, and cities are not probably as fast as you guys or as we guys. Then the other side of the balance is the people. So I have a car. How do I move from having a car to having a scooter? How do you guys feel, maybe from your perspective on this?
I think it's not like moving from having a car to having a scooter. It's having options and use the better option for each type of commuting. If you're going to the center of Madrid, it makes no sense to use your car. But if you go into the mountains, maybe, you can own a car. So it's giving opportunities. And we are seeing the cities where this kind of mobility is working is those with good public transportation and with other options like car sharing, moped sharing. So the bigger you make this ecosystem, the easiest for the people is to choose the right way to move. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean to sell the car right away. It's okay, I have a car, but I use it for a different purpose. So I think it's just that. It's giving the opportunity or give other options to the citizens.
Do we feel, maybe Paul, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, that you were mentioning that there'll be consolidation, no? That now there is a hype, a lot of companies have gone to the streets and put their vehicles. What do we feel around platforms that integrate? Like, is that, for example, I was in Berlin 2 days ago, and they just released Jelby, which is an app from the municipality of Berlin, in which you can book different vehicles straight from the app. What are the thoughts around this from a perspective of individual players, and how does it work? Do you feel that's something that needs to happen? That's something that is positive to happen? Does it degrade the brand of each player? How do we deal with these things?
I think that right now initially there's probably a few too many players out there, and that's very quickly become clear. There's 3, maybe 4 that kind of matter in Europe, and I think. So I think now that we're sort of past that first phase, it's a rising tide moment. So whatever we can do to get more people using different forms of transit, I completely agree, is the best solution, I think, not only for the companies, but also for the cities. So, I mean, we're in everything I just said, we're actually still looking at investing in companies that are, providing cars to people. Now, they're electric, they're subscription, they're not, the kind of the cars that you would use, but the logic there is let's try to wean people off this addiction they have of having their own car that uses diesel parked outside their house. And so that's kind of, I think, one of the things that we're looking into. But yeah, I think overall, we're not sort of too concerned about the consolidation.
Okay, yeah. I think one interesting thing about the car is I fully agree with this. Like you need the right vehicle. It seems cars are used for the wrong reasons right now. So you have there's some data that says that 60% of car trips are below 10 kilometers, and you have this big iron box that's very heavy that transports 1.5 persons on average, no? They're definitely not the most efficient way to move around in these distances. So it looks like, for what you're saying, you need different vehicles for different types. How do we encourage the guys that are using the cars for less than 10 kilometer distance to jump onto your scooters? What do you think about that?
So I actually, just before this panel, I was on LinkedIn. I'm always on LinkedIn. And I saw a guy in my feed. He's the CEO of a mid-sized Swedish company. He has a big diesel truck. And he actually wrote that in the last few months, he has taken it, parked outside of the city center, taken a Voi into his job, and then taken a Voi back. And then he takes his car back home. And I think that's just one example of, he isn't, leaving his car at home, but he is not cluttering the streets inside of the city center, causing congestion with his big diesel truck. He's leaving it outside. And I think that we're going to, have to encourage more of these combined mobility modes behaviors, and especially for people that, really, really love their cars. We need to find these solutions. Yeah.
So, then another question that is thrown a lot around these days, especially on e-scooters. I think for bikes, they are not really pushing us, but e-scooters is a very new mode of vehicle, not only e-scooter sharing, but e-scooter as the vehicle itself. Something very new. People is not used to it. A lot of people might not have ride it, no? I think your initiative to give them a license online, it's interesting. But these also, we're starting to see a lot of reports of, there is people dying on e-scooters. They are super dangerous. Are they? Like, do a lot of people die on e-scooters? What are the thoughts on this? What are the real metrics on this?
I mean, of course, like one accident is always one accident too many. And we have, during the summer, done some pretty extensive research into the field of accidents. And we did it in Stockholm and got basically data from the hospitals in Stockholm on e-scooter accidents. And the amount of accidents have increased a lot since last year, but the amount of rides have also increased by the millions. So what we actually saw was during May, June, July this year, there were 240 accidents on e-scooters in Stockholm. Last year, I think it was about 10. We're also seeing that the amount of rides, the Voi rides, were about 3 million in Stockholm during those months, and the number of accidents are among all players. So I would say that it's not more dangerous if you look at that data than to ride a bike or any other means of transportation in a city. But of course, it's our job to make sure that as few accidents as possible happen.
From an insurance perspective, how do you see this evolving? Actually, there is different risks happening or the cars are there. Well, let's put it another way. The accidents happen, very small apparently. How will the evolution of this? What are your thoughts on how will the evolution of this happen? Will there be safer roads if these modes of transport evolve? Is that a thing that we could say?
I mean, probably if these types of mobility grow, cities have to take some actions. And one is protect them from the cars. The other one is the more use of these type of mobility, the less cars in the street, so the less chance of accidents. And from the insurance point of view, it's, okay, there's another way, there's always a risk. So if there's a risk, there's something to insure. Okay, so maybe we have to think about insuring the scooter riders, for example, which is, again, I mean, people can see if they're willing to pay for an insurance. And insurance companies have to move a little bit away from the typical auto insurance to something new. So this comes from is new business for the mobility operators, but also for other actors of the ecosystem.
Is there, we're discussing these big metal boxes, is this what causing the accidents? Why are the accidents happening? Is it like people not knowing how to do these scooters? Do we have any data on how many accidents are caused by cars? Or are cars one of the main reasons for accidents to these new micromobility things? Do we know this? Do you have any comments on this?
I mean, if you look at the data, most of the serious accidents happen in collision with a car. So what I would say is that, you know, we need to continue educating our users on where and how to ride, but we also need safer bike lanes and better infrastructure for this new type of mobility in order to make it as safe as possible.
Okay.
When, just to sort of jump in there,
Yeah,
when,
sure.
I remember it was about 10 years ago when London started getting more aggressive with the bike lanes.
Yeah.
And the initial response was almost like anger because the drivers were going to lose a little bit of space, and that was pretty precious. And then there was an argument to say that they shouldn't be doing this because it's dangerous. I think if you sort of think bike lanes, of course you need bikes in cities. So I think that that logic is going to start to fail over time. But even just here, you know, in Madrid, when I was taking a scooter, I won't name the brand, but riding it through the city, I was, you know, in the right lane. I was getting yelled at by the bus driver. I was getting yelled at by sort of scooted over by pedestrians that wanted to cross, by a woman on her Vespa. And so I think part of it's, you know, educating the rest of the population and making them understand that I was on that scooter as an alternative to being in a car, which I probably would have done if I didn't have a scooter.
Do you feel population in general, majority of population is adverse to this type of revolution, to this type of seeing these vehicles on the street? Are we creating a divide? I think that's something that's mentioned around. We have a part of the population that uses us a lot. As we mentioned, you put this vehicle on the street and it's being used, and it's being used a lot. But we also have other population that they might see us as something of a change that doesn't really add anything to them and complain about it. So do we feel there is a gap? Is that an age gap, a gender gap?
I mean, of course, there's certain kind of like target groups per vehicle. So you know, people that are like, even despite of having like you know, customers that are like, say 70 plus, you know, it's something that is like, you know, you can see the trend going down. But what we need to do here is not say like, okay, this is a scooter or a bike or a car kind of industry, but like just finding the right layer for each of them. So again, what we need to do is be as efficient as possible. So we're getting highly populated kind of cities, really, really dense, you know, and what we need to do, find is like the right gap for everyone. So infrastructure on the kind of administration side. On our side, like education and safety, and this also that comes along with city councils. And what we need to make people understand is again, there's like a painful process that we need to go through right now, that it's taking some, like imposing some measures in terms to, in order to promote this kind of solutions. The same way that tobacco was done, in, you know, or helmets even, like in, I recall again, just like going back to my childhood, but in Spain I would like, you know, my mother was driving a moped with my brother and I without helmet, and that was absolutely normal. And now you think about that, you would think about like a third world country doing that. So these are things that you need to at some point just to step a foot and say, okay, enough, we need to change.
I actually found, Berlin 2 days ago, they mentioned that we went through an early mobility revolution. It was a very visual picture, and it was one that, so we went from going on horses, and this created a massive challenge. It was not so much environmental, it was the poop challenge they mentioned. They had literally streets full with poop and they have no solution. But people wouldn't want to change, no? And then the cars had to take over a lot of different, I would say, challenges to implement cars when we were in a horse world. It seems we don't have poop now, but we have something that's even worse than poop, which is pollution, which actually kills us. No, it's not only smells bad, but it kills us. So maybe we have very short time. I think I was very interested to end with the note of what is the city of the future. How do you envision like your city of the future? Maybe each one of you can give a short sentence on what you feel the city of the future is for you guys.
I think what you ended with is pretty interesting because our European cities weren't made for cars. They were made for horses and other means of transportation. And what I would like to see and what I think that we will see in the next coming years is that people will start taking back the streets and the ultimate rides to the roads by traveling with another means of transportation than a privately owned car.
Cool.
And right, Voy.
I'm going to end up with a different claim. No, so for us, the main thing is, I think you summarized it perfectly, it's just having options. So at least, for us, we're like targeting a specific market, but like we need all the rest of the players. So we need mopeds, we need buses, we need trams, so this is something that, and we need capillarity as well. So what we need is like for the business that something is this kind of like fallacy where you think that we're all making like billions. This is not true. We're all like suffering. We're all like, like trying to invest with time, with money, to make a change. And what I would say here is that with capillarity, it's going to come, it's going to come like better prices because probably we're all going to have a trend that has happened in other industries, but like towards like monthly fees, and this is going to be ultimately better for everyone. And we won't have like people, some people have to buy a car because there's no better option, or the option is very slow. So,
Paul, very brief thing.
I'll be brief. So Tier's tagline is change mobility for good, which I thought was kind of cool. So I think, like Caroline said, the right mode of transit for the right trip, I think would be ideal.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Again, the same is providing more options so people don't have to depend exclusively on the car. So that's it.
Great. Guys, ride micromobility, change the world. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you.
Woo! Excellent. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks a million. Thanks, guys. Stay right where you are. One more discussion before lunch. Okay, go. We're not going to lock anybody in, but be fast. One more session before lunchtime. Surely everyone's getting hungry and getting itchy to get out there and get the networking done, right? That's core to South Summit. But we have one more conversation taking place, which is worth sticking around for. Please go quickly, folks. Anybody that needs to get out, anybody that wants to stay, please grab a seat. Please let the people come in from outside. There's a queue outside as well of people trying to get in. Thanks, guys. We'll facilitate the movement as quick as we can. We need a mobility strategy for this room. Thanks, guys. So we've moved into the travel track. Last two conversations have been looking at different areas of mobility. We've heard from some of the big players in the industry, like Porsche, Renfe, Iberia. And we've heard from some of the innovators and the startups in this space, particularly around the e-scooters and the micromobility. Next, we're moving into sticking with travel, bringing in the tourism component, travel and tourism. And we've got a really diverse panel of speakers here with a wide range of experiences from early stage innovation and startups, ecosystem builders, and large corporate players as well to see how they're engaging in this space. Please take a seat, everybody. We're going to get started. Let's go. Last one before lunch. Excellent. So we have a very close friend of South Summit's moderating this panel, which we're delighted to have back this year. And super interesting speakers talking about different areas of the effect of technologies in travel and tourism. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to the stage our wonderful moderator, Natalia Viona from the United Nations World Trade Organization. We have Javier from Topseed Labs. We have Marion from Amadeus. We have Justin from Cathay Pacific, Gabrielle from Iberia, and Antonia from the Branson Entrepreneurship Center. Big round of applause for our panel, please. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
No.
I think no. Do you hear me?
No. Not yet.
Not yet. Hi.
Testing. You can tell me again.
I think now, no? So good afternoon, everyone. To us, it's a pleasure to be in a challenging panel today, quite before lunch. So I think we will enjoy this panel because we are working in the most human sector, that is tourism. So it's my pleasure to be here today with top leaders, with top energy, that of course are working not only to foster the tourism innovation ecosystem, but also to work with the startups in order to bring added value jobs. So my first question here is for all the panelists is, how do you feel the tourism sector has been evolving regarding new technologies? How are you working with new technologies inside your companies? Here, of course, we have Antonia Branson from the Branson Center. We have Gabriel from Iberia. We have Justin from Cathay Pacific. We have our wonderful Marion from Amadeus. And of course, we have a top investor. He represents Top Seed Labs, that is the biggest venture capital fund in Spain, specialized on tourism. So here we have the whole ecosystem. And I would like to hear you, how the tourism sector has been disrupting the way we travel. And of course, what are you doing to innovate?
I will go.
Of course.
So, okay, it's a quite a wide question. So I think, generally speaking, as you said, that travel and transportation is a very human sector. It's all about an experience. You know, you have heard about that many times. For example, when we check our NPS and satisfaction scores from our customers, all the touch points that has some interaction with our staff in any of the customer journeys are very important for our customers. Having said that, technology is helping us a lot. But I would say that it's not the technology is driving the customer behavior. The customers are driving us. Just a very quick example. I was just discussing with Justin a few seconds ago. We have had a bot for 10 months already in our app, in Facebook Messenger, and has been working, you know, around 200,000 conversations so far. But very recently, we launched here our WhatsApp channel to interact with our customers, a few use cases at the beginning, and it's like booming. So what that means is better the services that we are offering in WhatsApp compared with the services that we are offering in our app? No, they are not, but the customer choose the channel, choose how they want to interact with us. So I think this is nothing new, of course, but we have realized ourselves very, very, very recently that the customer choose how they want to interact, and you have to be there. That's as simple as that. And they are getting more control and more control, they want more information, and they want to be in control of the whole experience. And we have to allow the customer to do so with us.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to echo exactly what Gabriel said, from a friendly competitor airline from the other side of the world. But I think everything that happens at our airline definitely is through the customer. So that's through you. You guys are the guys that choose which airline you take and what service that we have to provide. That being said, there's a friendly touch point in terms of seeing a customer's face, someone from the airline, but also actually more and more you'll see that the best kind of touch point is what's in your hand right now, the mobile phone. And you'll see nowadays more and more, we talk about seamless, whether it's seamless flow, seamless transition, you're going through airports, you're going through booking systems without actually talking to an actual person. There are chatbots behind the scenes, there's technology now, and definitely in Europe, you'll see, depending whereabouts you travel from, now you actually don't have to see a physical person, right? You can check in online after you've bought your ticket, you get to the airport, you've got biometrics coming out now. You go to self-bag drop, you drop the bag's gone, you've not seen anyone. You go to security, scan. You don't even have to take your passport out. You go through security, you get to boarding gate. Again, it's the biometrics that you see, and onto the plane you go. That is the new world, and there is a market for that nowadays. So it's whether or not, as an airline, that you can actually provide that to those that want it. There will be people here that traditionally would also like to see that person and have that human interaction. So I think as an airline, we've got to get that balance right, and it's actually a lot more difficult than it is than you actually think.
what I find,
Amadeus. Okay, Antonia.
Yeah, what I find is I work with entrepreneurs, and I feel that, especially with entrepreneurs, we don't understand sometimes that tourism really impacts business. It's a big deal. And the airlines are the gateway for tourists. So the experience starts when they're booking online and they're checking in, and that experience runs through to coming into the country, like our wonderful South Africa, of course. And you need to have that experience from the touch point, getting off that plane, walking through customs and whatnot, and coming into the airport and coming into the country. And I find that what's lacking is that we don't have a seamlessness of the experience. Yes, you might have a wonderful experience at the airline. It's comfortable and whatnot, but if you walk through, we need to continue that. So what we do essentially is training and development, training our entrepreneurs to understand the importance of tourism and tourist attraction, because that is just as important as finance for non-financial managers, sales strategy, marketing, market penetration. Understanding how to attract tourists into your value proposition, especially if it's seasonal and you live in a country like South Africa where we have some turbulent times, but there's so much more to offer as well from a tourist point of view.
So I think a lot has been said already. Even for us as a B2B company, we truly understand that the traveler should be the center, that the experience is what matters. And so yes, and our travelers, they've evolved so much over the past years. They're all digital consumer. They consume Uber, they consume Netflix, they consume Amazon. They will expect the same frictionless personalization in everything that they do, and including travel. And so yes, we are working with our customers to enable such seamless experience. One thing that is very important is that airlines see one part of the journey, airports see one part of the journey, hotels will see one part of the journey. So at Amadeus, we're already trying to think about the experience in a kind of end-to-end, and find also and look in the external ecosystem into pieces of the puzzle that can complement this end-to-end experience.
I can only agree with what you said, Natalia. It's actually the reason for our existence. We only invest in travel tech. So we are completely convinced that tech is the way to change travel the way we know it. So nothing more to say from my side.
Inside the UNWTO, as you know, we are a United Nations agency, and what we have seen is that, of course, humanization is crucial, and of course, inside the tourism sector, it's one of the most important sectors in the world regarding innovation, because thanks to the dot-coms, thanks to internet, we have done a tech revolution. But we think we have a challenge, that is to make our innovation ecosystem stronger, to bring the startups with the corporates with the investors, the governments, the academia. So what are you doing in order to foster that ecosystem? Do you work with the startups, for example? Where are them?
I can only talk about, again, Cathay Pacific in Hong Kong, but we do a lot of work with actually local Hong Kong startups. What that means is they're startups in Hong Kong. They can actually be foreign owned, right? So we've got partners like Invest Hong Kong that do a great job in bringing foreign companies or foreign people that want to start up in Hong Kong. And if they've got a very good proposition within the travel industry, with Cathay Pacific, we actually then bring them on board, and then we actually then sponsor them to go to summits like these here in South Summit in Madrid, Web Summit in Portugal, and various places around the world. But at the end of the day, these guys have to have a product that not just serves us as an airline, but ultimately serves you as a customer, right? Again, I hate to just repeat about the customer, but if it's a great product just to me as an airline, but it doesn't resonate with the customers, it's not going to be something that works. But I think the new world is that we're going to have to start working in partnership with these startups, be open, be innovative, be agile, to bring these guys on board to help us succeed as a business. Because we're a traditional legacy carrier. We've been around for 70-odd years, and infrastructure, process, everything like that, you know, it's stuff that needs to be, you know, re-looked at, and you need fresh minds and stuff like that. So I think definitely we do a lot of stuff with startups, and there's a lot of, you know, you might think they're wacky ideas right now, but You know, Uber's down in Melbourne, you know, trialing pilotless aircraft now. So, I mean, you know, the world is out there.
I think probably there are a lot of startups here, but I think open innovation is not only startups. So I think we started probably with incorporating talent from outside, from the startups. Actually, the chatbot that we have launched in WhatsApp is in partnership with one startup that we are really proud of being launching this. But I think more and more is as well organizations, corporates and corporates, and by starting with this open innovation ecosystem working with the startups, I think the corporates and organizations, for example, we have just signed a very important agreement with WTO on sustainability that I think is quite important as well for our industry. So we are signing agreements with other organizations, with other companies. We have a quite interesting chat before we arrive here with Justin. We can disclose anything, but these kind of things are more common. And it's not only startup. It's going to be a natural flow. It didn't happen 5 or 10 years ago. We need probably an external consultant just saying, okay, hey, I know Justin, I think you have to do something. And then you go into a meeting facilitated by someone. But right now it's quite more easy to do, and this is what we are aiming to do here, for example. This is our second year in South Summit, and one of the big values is that we have all this ecosystem concentrated. And we are growing and growing every year in that sense.
Well, I'd like to challenge the airlines to do a lot more, because airlines shouldn't be like banking, where it's pretty much the same, right? There should be something different in terms of the experience. And I like what you're saying with regards to coming out and meeting entrepreneurs. You know, it's very important that we have that connection between, as Natalia says, governments, municipalities, corporates. We are the big corporates in the room. You know, there's entrepreneurs here, government, who's here from government. So at events like this, to invite people over and have conversations, accessibility to leaders in organizations, in governments, within ecosystems is so important. And that's what we endeavor to do, especially in Africa, because it can be turbulent and it is still such a huge tourist attraction. In South Africa alone, we contribute 9% to our GDP for tourism. And South Africa is the second largest African country that's being visited by tourists, 9.5 million a year. So how do we increase that? And who are the key players? So we work in terms of bringing the entrepreneurs in, exposing them to more opportunities, so that when tourists come, they'll have those key opportunities in their businesses, and then making tourism more government-friendly, tourist more, centric environments and ecosystem in the country and wherever else we train and develop. So that's important.
Can I just add one quick thing there? Because you said airlines, you challenge us, so I can come back. So just to give you an idea, as part of this WhatsApp that we work with in a startup, we have been one of the first airlines, I don't know, the first, second, third, I don't care, to just get virtual reality on board, okay? And during the trials with another startup, the server that is on board was like a bomb. The two yellow cylinders. They were the batteries, okay, and we were putting that on board to streaming the content into the customers. And the first flight, the testing flight, was to Tel Aviv, okay. Wow. So they were going to Tel Aviv, disembarking, embarking again in Tel Aviv, one of the most strict countries in the world. So we were managing to do so in a very regulated industry, in a very risk-adverse company, and it has to be like that, okay, safety first. In an airline, but and we managed to do it, and we are really wanted to do more things in that sense. But just to, I received the sound. Okay.
Here we go.
Maybe I can say a few words about that too. So, as a head of innovation at Amadeus, so as I said, we are looking for the next big ideas that have a potential to transform the travel experience. And we are very aware that it will not come just from the inside of Amadeus, from the company. So we need absolutely to look around. And the second thing where we need, I think all of us need to be very humble, is that in the current world, we don't know what will happen, right? We don't know how we can make money in this changing world and everything. So The startup ecosystem offers a way to test and learn, so to have many people trying new business model, and so working with them is the best way to see to validate these business models. So at Amadeus we work with startup through a fund. So we have Amadeus Ventures, looking at investing in those emerging startups. We have also partnerships schemes with startup. And finally, we also have a platform where we open APIs. So our APIs to enable startups to build on top of our technology, but also we host startups API to offer a kind of travel API ecosystem. And we hope that it will enable new use cases, new businesses to be developed on top of there.
I just want to emphasize that due to the fragmented and massive industry which is travel, innovation should be approached from a more open perspective. I think that probably in all the verticals there should be competition between the corporates in order to get the latest development. In the travel industry is absurd. Nobody is capable to get all the innovation at the right time. So I think there are enough space for us, for all of us to cooperate. What Natalia was saying before, the importance of creating the right ecosystem. So it's totally logical that we cooperate with Amadeus, with Iberia, with all the institutions, that they all have as well their corporate ventures, their own acceleration programs, the support of the World Travel Organization. So I think we have to change our mind. This is not a race one against the other, but it's a common effort in which all that we are here must be represented and fostered in the same direction.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everything is about collaboration. And of course, if we are here in tourism, personalization, humanization, new experiences are crucial because, of course, if we don't innovate every single day, every single tourist is a different person. So when you go to an airline, it doesn't matter. You have to innovate because there is one customer that is quite different from the other one. When you go to a hotel, when you travel and hire or pay for a package, everyone needs their attention. And of course, nowadays what we have seen is that it's a hyper-personalization because, of course, that's why big data is crucial here. That's why artificial intelligence is crucial to predict, for example, what type of tourists are coming to Spain, what is the profile, how can avoid over-tourism, et cetera, So regarding the challenges that we have, what's the next big thing in tourism? What do you think?
Depends how forward-thinking you are, I think.
For tomorrow.
I think I touched on it earlier. I think the biggest one that will come in and impact you as a customer really soon will be, if you like, almost like a seamless transition from when you book your tickets, getting onto the flight. And what I would like to say, and kind of what you mentioned, is actually not much has been looked at when you actually get off the flight. Everything is all before the flight because it's a little bit siloed, I guess, but from an airline perspective that's the experience that I can control, right? I can maybe facilitate, put a little bit of pressure on border control, et cetera. In some countries it's harder than others, but the worst thing that I experience, and those that travel to the UK a lot, is you get off the plane and you end up lining up for an hour and a half waiting for passport control. Like, that is probably the worst 1.5 hours because you can't do anything. You've got your phone or something like that, but no one's really looked at it. Now, actually, when you go through London Heathrow, for myself at least, being Australian, I've got the e-gates, right? So I can go in and it's now gone from a 1.5 hour wait to 15 minutes, right? But that's the stuff that I think the future is going to happen, in that if we can start getting, all this technology, all the biometrics correct, you'd be able to go in and out of from when you get dropped off at the airport onto your plane in 15, 20 minutes. And then when you get off, you'd be into an Uber in 5 almost. And I think that's going to be something that you'll see very, very, very soon.
Very soon.
very, very, very soon.
Very soon.
I think yes, that's right. I think as well. I think thinking on what could be the trial sector. I think we have been seeing, for example, Thomas Cook case very recently. So something is changing in the way that the customers wants to contract or to book for the experiences. I think more and more, and everything starts with the airline. You were right. So, in average, 6 months in advance, you book the flight. Depends if long haul, short haul, whatever. But the first thing that you do is you secure the flight, because probably the price will go up. We can discuss that in another event, okay? But because it will take hours. But from that point, I think the customer wants to build their own experience, okay? Just taking bits and pieces all across the experience. Maybe a car to go to the airport and experience a destination. I want just to select my food before I go even into the aircraft, and that's where it links not with our big data. At the end, a lot has been said on personalization on the marketing, okay? But I think it's even more important to have the big data on our operations and on having real-time information which reads to our employees and to our customers. Because using the big data for marketing, okay, have been tons of lectures to go through. But having the big data on the operations, just when a customer 1 hour and a half before the flight just selects, I want to eat the fish, or I want something different. Have the operations working as as an orchestra, to have that food boarded into the plane. That's where the magic happens. Because otherwise the digital experience is good. I just request it, but if it doesn't happen, it's even more frustrating. So we are currently applying one of our big programs is to have this data lake and this big data applied to operations, and that they work real time. And airline operations, I have to say, it's not an easy thing. So this is our next step, and to personalize, and the customer is able to personalize their whole experience, taking something from here, something from here, something from here.
Yes, so to continue on this, I do see as one of the big disruptors, not just of tourism, but of the world, by the way, everything around AI, and driven by this flow of data brought by the digitalization that we've seen over the past 20 years. That this AI can be applied to improve the experience through personalization. We've talked about it through operations. And I do agree that this will require a lot of, to work also on the data availability, to get data quality, but not just for one player like you, but also be able to exchange data across each other.
Yep.
So recently we are working with a startup called Dawex. They are doing data marketplace, so to enable exchange of data across players who can collaborate, exchange, and also monetize the data that they have. So I do believe that we'll see more and more of these new models emerging.
We have managed not to say blockchain yet.
No.
50 seconds and we...
Javier, what have you seen? What are the most interesting projects in the tourism sector regarding investments?
I would be more pragmatic. I think that what is really relevant is what Gabriel has said. Try to provide a frictionless experience to the users. So I think before talking about AI, we should be capable to have two different legacy systems talking together, which is not admissible, is that you get a boarding gate in your first operator carrier, and you cannot get the second boarding gate, and that you don't receive the information of the lounge in which you can pick up the baggage, or the gate in which that you are boarding. And that's something that, as you said, should be managed, sharing the data, organizing the data, and having the client in mind. So any startup which should be capable to provide these services to the large players would be a really interesting company to invest in.
Yeah. And Antonia?
Honing in all the players is very important for me. You've mentioned collaboration, accessibility. We need some bright spark entrepreneur to come on board and say, let's have this seamless process. Let's get all the different participants in place. The airline, from the airline to the hotels, let's link it to certain entrepreneurs and experiences, the taxi drivers and all of those things, and so that you can have this wonderful experience when you visit a country instead of coming here not knowing how the Wi-Fi works. Simple things like that can actually deter a tourist. So to have this wonderful experience from end to end almost, because innovation isn't always digital. You know, the guy with the buffet table for breakfast, his staff didn't pitch one day and he thought, how do I serve everyone? Just put a big table out in front and put all the food on it. So let's have entrepreneurs, we're rooting for entrepreneurs to come up with ideas that can have the seamless process in little ecosystems in your various regions. I think that's going to work fantastically.
I'd just like to add, I think everyone here has touched on a very, very crucial point in the last 2 minutes or so, is that we've got all these great ideas and all these future forward thinking things that we could, be innovative and to launch. But as kind of Gabriel mentioned, for a company that's very big, a big corporate, delivering on that is ultimate. You can promise something to the customer, but then if something falls down, that one little piece falls down on that journey, you're going to cause a hell of a lot more angst or negative goodwill, per se, than you would have any positive thing. So there's a lot of ideas that we as Cathay Pacific Iberia probably have in the back of our mind that we're not willing to share at the moment. It's because we haven't really figured out how we as a company would be able to deliver it successfully to enhance your travel experience. And I think that's also something that's really key, that when people are trying to be innovative, whether they be tech or process driven, is that, again, what is the impact on the end consumer? Because if you don't get that right and it's not deliverable, ultimately it's not something that's gonna fly.
I think one of the good news is that there are still many, many processes which are lagging behind in terms of digitalization, or there are still pockets of frictions that are addressable by entrepreneurs. So as an example, we've talked recently to a company who've identified the process of VAT refunding. As a traveler foreign to Europe, for example, an Australian, you can, if you do a purchase in Europe, you are eligible to get VAT refund. And this process today is so complex, so manual, so a lot of queuing and everything that nobody's doing. And so this startup has tackled this and is providing a completely so much improved experience that this could be generalized. So they find like the perfect pocket of friction to remove.
I know pretty well that startup because that startup won the first global startup competition of the UNWTO. So the name is Refunded. Just to end, because of course time is over, I think just to add about the discussion, if we want to innovate in the tourism sector, we have to be sustainable. Of course, sustainability here is crucial. I don't know if you have seen climate change, if you have been in the beaches full of plastic, for example, when you see the gas emissions, when you see the weather, so today we are cold, maybe tomorrow not, that's our responsibility inside the tourism sector. So to me, new technologies has to be aware about sustainability and, of course, top solutions that would bring solutions to the world that we are developing here for the next generations are crucial. So thank you so much. I have been enjoyed a lot talking with investors, with corporates, of course with you, Antonia, that are here inside of our house. And enjoy the lunch. And thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being back at home, Natalia, and particularly for Antonia, who's made it all the way from South Africa to be here at South Summit. Folks, that's a wrap for this morning. Get out, grab some food, network, get the business cards, make those connections. I'll be right back here again at 3:30. Thanks a million, guys.
Might as well jump. Might as well jump. Go ahead, jump. know until you begin. Well, can't you see me standing here? I've got my back against the record machine.